So I'll call the meeting to order at 6:32. Yeah, first on our agenda, we don't have Vicky. Barb, do you have the notes? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Barb. Thank you, Barb. All right, first we'll open the floor for public comment. Yeah.
Right. I just have a couple of questions. I'm very curious about, and a bit confused, I think, about the purpose for exploring the 7 education delivery options that you chose at your last regular meeting. And I think it's true, that the purpose is to choose one for the 26-27 budget proposal. Is that the case?
We weren't set up for a question and answer, but we can get to that later in our agenda.
Okay, so then I'll just tell you what my questions are. So
Great.
that's one of them. And if that is the case, I'm very curious about what is the timeline for making the decision about what education delivery model to budget for. If you choose an option for the coming school year that would close one or more town schools, I'm curious about the timeline in terms of when would voters in that town be voting on whether to approve that closure or not? I'm also really curious about the timeline for, and as far as when will you be exploring alternatives to closing schools in your your valid quest to contain costs. So I'm wondering when that will happen. And the only other thing that I wanted to say upfront tonight is that the resolution you're considering sending to the state redistricting task force is a really important one. Excuse me, it's a really important resolution because who knows if they're gonna pay any attention to it. However, it's a chance to express the board's commitment to actually local democracy. And we're having enough trouble with democracy as it is generally these days. And I mean, it's a chance to make it clear that you want your duly elected board to remain intact. And you'd like the ability to do that in collaboration with other school districts in the area. And I mean, I'd hate to have us lose the chance to at least say that we care about preserving local democracy. So I hope you'll consider that resolution carefully and make a decision tonight because they need to hear from you soon.
Thanks, Nancy. Any others in the room for public comment? Oh, there's yeah, just make sure I get the room first. Right, Dawn?
Yeah, I'd kind of like us to do a kind of fun little exercise at the beginning because I hear a lot of people in the community saying, I don't know when the meetings are. I don't know how to get there. So I would like to kind of walk through it. So I got like 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes to talk, right? So I
Yep.
wish somebody could share a desktop or their desktop on their screen with Google up there so we can show exactly how to do it.
So Don, I guess I'm wondering, are you asking us to show people how to navigate the MAUSD website to find?
Exactly, because there's how you can get there, and then there are also flaws, so how to get around those flaws.
Okay.
How to get to, let's say I'm a public member or a public person and I want to go, okay, I know there's a meeting tonight, and somebody says, well, just go to the website and find out how to, and then you can get there. It's not that easy. And I would like to show the public how to get there. So you can just do that easy. Just share your desktop and we'll just go through it real quick. It only takes 2 minutes, right? It's real quick. Or isn't it?
It is quick, you're right, just wasn't prepared to do that exercise, so I'm trying to figure out what makes good
Okay,
sense.
can we do it next meeting? Can we do it
I
to-
wonder if that would be okay with you. We could also put stuff out on Front Porch Forum. Again, I didn't set this up
No.
for a back and forth, so I'm.
No, I think because no, I think it should be actually shown, and then you could go at the beginning of the meeting. If somebody has a question that says, I don't know how to get there, just go look at the first 2 minutes of the neat video from 9:16.
Okay,
So Aaron,
yeah,
if Don wants to give me a call, I'll show him.
I don't think it's for him. I think it's for other community members or.
Well, I know, but
So,
I understand that,
Yep.
but I think he was thinking of it as a first step.
No,
Well-
I'm thinking about other community members that just don't know. They go,
Okay.
well, I heard there was a meeting tonight. And then another community member says, well, all you have to do is just get on the website and then you can find that out. And then you can go to the meeting minutes and then you can go to the agenda and you can find out. And then here you can go to the last meeting minutes so that you're prepared. Like, for example, there was a finance meeting and there was a community engagement meeting last Tuesday, but the meeting minutes aren't out and there's no neat video out. But at least you know how to get there and find that information out.
Okay.
That's it. I mean, that's, if we don't want to go through that, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I would like to do that at some point.
great, thank you, Don. Any other public comment? Okay. I'm not seeing any other time, but I did take note of both of the public comments. So our first action item is to approve the agenda. Can I get a motion? So. Second. Melissa, second. Discussion? Meredith first. All those in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next is the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Justin first. I'll second. Kristen second. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No,
No, you are opposed?
It-
But no discussion?
right.
Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay. The motion does pass. You all set, Barb?
Herb and then,
Herb.
Brad, both
Yep.
abstain.
No, Herb said no, one nay. And one abstention.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move down then to the executive limitations monitoring. And we have an action item to accept monitoring report 2.5 emergency superintendent succession. Can I please have a motion?
So moved.
Kylie first. Second. Melissa second. And then discussion, please.
I guess the only thing so I'm assuming that the members that you list in terms of the particular policies kind of have a sense that that would be their responsibilities.
Yeah, they definitely know that. That's sort of their areas of expertise within the system already. And it gives you a point person for everything in the event that that's needed, so. it just sort of aligns their current roles with the policy responsibilities that tie to those. That's all.
Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of accepting monitoring report to, oh, hold on, back up.
Mhm.
Based on the information provided, does the board find that the superintendent's interpretation is reasonable, yes or no?
Yes.
Does the data demonstrate accomplishment of this interpretation, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Any other comments? Okay. All those in favor of accepting monitoring report 2.5 emergency superintendent succession, please say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Next is a financial report update.
I have a question.
Okay.
And I know you're just getting fed up over
No,
the
I'm
so I apologize.
diving in.
Okay, I think this is similar to the question I had last time, and maybe I got myself confused. But on the bottom of page 2, where we talk about the fund balances. The committed fund balances are they adding or subtracting? Like, we're really at 4.88.
Yes,
Okay,
and a typo on the uncommitted fund balance, it should stop there, not for projects. That number is, the number that's being reserved for board action as we move forward. So
based on the audit.
Right. And we received news today of an approval of an additional $274,000 of excess spending reimbursement. So this number will be a little bit stronger in terms of committed and uncommitted fund balance and how we allocate that. Sure. You can ask those tough questions anytime.
So, I just wanted to note that there was a piece of my request for information, there was a piece of financial report, that I was able to find, so that checked off.
I made a note on that request that it was easily apparent.
It was. It just had to look and find out where it was.
Any other discussion about the update for the financial report? We'll move down then into the board management and governance section. So the first one is an action item to approve the community engagement committee charge. So I'll get a motion to open that and then we'll discuss it.
So moved.
Melissa first.
Second.
Kylie second. All right.
You can read it.
You kind of.
Okay, should I start now?
Yep.
All right. MAUSD Board of Directors. Purpose: the Community Engagement Committee is established to strengthen connections between the school district and its community stakeholders, ensuring transparent communication, shared decision-making, and collaborative efforts that support student success and district goals. Community Engagement Committee: to involve the Mount Abraham Unified School District community in a meaningful manner to inform the general vision for long-term planning and student success. Committee membership: voting members. The committee will consist of a minimum of 4 members of the MAUSD board. Board members will be nominated and appointed by the board. Committee membership will be renewed annually during the board's reorganization meeting. Non-voting support members: 1 member of the administration designated by the superintendent. Residents of the MAUSD member towns and district faculty staff may attend and participate in discussions at their discretion, but do not vote on actionable business. General charge: foster transparent communication, serve as a bridge between the district and the broader community, promote timely and accurate dissemination of district initiatives, goals, and decisions. Gather community input, organize and facilitate forums, surveys, and other outreach activities to solicit community feedback. Ensure diverse voices, including families, students, staff, and community members, are heard and valued. Promote engagement and participation. Encourage and support community involvement in school programs, events, and strategic initiatives. Build partnerships with local organizations, businesses, and civic groups. Represent equity and inclusion. Identify and help remove barriers to engagement for underrepresented or historically marginalized groups. Promote culturally responsive communication strategies. Provide opportunities for new ideas and initiatives. Community authority. The committee's authority is to bring its recommendations and information associated with its work to the full board for further action. Scope of work. In order to fulfill its charge, the committee shall typically meet and report to the MAUSD Board of Directors on a monthly basis, gather information from the community to inform, enhance, and contribute to defining goals for MAUSD, develop an annual work plan consistent with the budget process as required, monitor adherence to said policies and procedures, promote transparency and accountability in the budget process through communication with district stakeholders, advocate to the board and the community for support of community engagement events and outcomes, collaborate with other board committees as required. Method. The committee will communicate and collaborate with the superintendent and board and its committees, engage with the community, engage outside experts, and any other such methods which may be advisable. Requests to expend funds to support committee work shall receive approval from the board. Education and training. The committee will review and recommend workshops and/or continuing education for committee members relevant to their committee work and identify and recommend training opportunities to all board members. That's all. Did you, assuming you got that word for word, right?
No, going right back into the document. Interesting, right? Committee charge. Any discussion? Very thorough and very honest. Okay. All those in favor of approving the community engagement committee charge, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Next is an action item to accept monitoring report 3.1. Can I get a motion, please?
So
Meredith first.
Second.
Justin second. Discussion. Discussion at all? Okay. Good job. Based upon the information provided, does the board find that the board's interpretation is reasonable? Yes or no?
yeah,
Does the data demonstrate accomplishment of this interpretation? Yes or no?
yes.
All those in favor of accepting monitoring report 3.1, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Next is an action item to accept monitoring report 4.1. Have a motion, please. Justin first.
I'll second.
Kristen second. Discussion, please.
That's a minor typo in the policy language. And I think the first page. I think the word should be reactive rather than reactivity. Typo.
Into that. Good job, forward.
Oh, fine.
So long.
Go ahead, Liz.
It's a long policy and it was a lot of work with a lot of evidence, so nice job.
Yeah, I have a couple thoughts on that, actually, and I think I put a little comment just to myself, but I don't think it showed up in the PDF, which is totally fine. I wonder if it might be worth policy governance looking at some of this policy. It felt each section at times is a bit redundant.
Yeah.
That some of the evidence that I was collecting above was then sort of asked for again below. If I could streamline that a little bit. And then it also felt a little bit tricky. So for example, the first policy language that has a typo that has with an emphasis on, and then it lists A through G. I felt like in a uncertain place while doing this work, in the sense that if that was really that we wanted emphasis on all of A through G, it felt like maybe it was incumbent upon me to provide evidence for each element of A through G. Otherwise, I could selectively choose one or the other, or some of them to talk about, which is ultimately in some ways what I did. But if we have a policy that we're supposed to be able to monitor, I think if it's really that broad, it might come with the expectation that we're actually monitoring all of that. We might want that, right? We might actually want to gather evidence on each of those things, but if I think that's the case, then either figuring out how to spread this out, so it's not a single monitoring report, so we can actually see this stepwise, or streamline like what at its core we would want to see to make sure we are complying with this. I think that would be useful, because I felt I had to take a bit of liberty in terms of what I ultimately chose to present, because I didn't see a way to feasibly address A through G comprehensively. So that might be something I would think policy governance might kick around in terms of what do we want here?
I'm thinking about timing on that as well. From my experience with the monitoring reports that I work on, there tends to be a lag from the time when a decision is made to make a change like you're talking about, and then the ability to collect evidence on those changes. Right, so you, like, if the change were made now, we'd have this year for the next 12 months to collect evidence on that change, to report on those changes with a new monitor report next time. If a decision to make a change, say, happens in the spring, most of this year has gone by and we've sort of missed the opportunity to collect evidence on that new language. So just know that that is a practical consideration as we think about timing and when a revised monitoring report on a revised policy would be realistic.
And I suppose if people are comfortable with the approach here, that then we can keep it the same. Right, or we could do this another year while we're thinking about that. I just wanted to voice sort of my slight trepidation that I hadn't felt in other monitoring reports that seemed a little bit more streamlined. Maybe that's it.
I think you took a perfectly good approach to this. Yeah, I mean, it's A through G, right? And yeah, you did go A through G on with each piece of evidence. I think satisfactory. I wouldn't really feel the need to touch it. And if somebody, if a board member, they're looking, they got the policy language, right? And if they have a problem in terms of how we've acted in a particular, we have the opportunity to say so.
That's right.
So I wouldn't worry too much about it.
You could also just insert the phrase including the following, as opposed to listing them.
Yeah, just to kind of make it a little bit that any or all of those could be evidence one way or the other.
And then I think some of them are covered by other ones, like the unity of control covers collective rather than individual decisions. So we could clean it up, I think, and decide which ones to focus on in this report.
Did you repeat that?
Oh, sorry. I would just say that some of the other monitoring reports cover some of these areas, so it might make sense to limit the evidence needed for this report.
And then the other that I have is sort of tangential to this, but it's actually about process of making these. So I was like, saw this and was pretty daunted, like, how am I gonna go back through all board minutes to get this kind of evidence? So I'll just share an approach that I took, and if it's useful for people going forward, I'm happy to sort of coordinate that. But basically what I ended up doing is I downloaded all the board minutes for the period at which monitoring report occurred. And then I put them in a generative AI tool called Notebook LM, which can basically read through specific sources and address and cite questions. So I kind of worked with it to identify possible pieces of evidence. And it's very specific, right? Like you could give it this prompt and it would say, oh, on this day, this board member said this. I think that might be evidence of collective rather than individual collections. And in fact, that was way more exhaustive than what I prepared. But it might be a kind of tool that if we're careful or thoughtful about how we use it, allows us to have a much more thorough search through our board minutes. I wanted to be really careful when I did that to ask like, do you see evidence of this? And then also ask like, do you see evidence where we conflate or where we go against this, right? And it didn't really come up with really strong examples of the latter, hopefully because we weren't out of compliance. But I think it would be an idea that if people are worried about like piecemeal, just trying to use their memory over the past year to sort of think of one or two events, like this was a way that it kind of comprehensively did that. And that's an easy thing that I can share a link to and just keep uploading board minutes. And you'd have sort of a moving repository where whether it was for a monitoring report or you just wanted to search for, oh, when did we talk about X, Y, or Z? That would be a tool that would allow us a little bit more access to what are amazingly detailed minutes that Vicky takes. Should take a moment to thank her for that, frankly, because that only works because of the depth to which she actually records these deliberations. So we don't have to obviously decide that, but I want to throw that out if that's a useful tool moving forward for us to help review a year's worth of information on a timescale that actually makes sense.
I have to say, when I did my monitoring report, I did something very similar with AI.
Okay, so there may be ways that,
And I've never done it else in a different way, but it was helpful.
And I think if you have thoughts, Mike, on how we can position ourselves going forward to make that easier in terms of like you're saying, like putting meeting minutes in someplace every time that a meeting occurs, so you don't have to go back and each grab all the meeting minutes and plug them in.
yeah, I think honestly, like I already have the last monitoring year and I could just generate a link to that notebook that anybody who has the link could use, public or private. You just query it like any other generative AI.
Mhm.
And then all it would take to keep that up to date is me just adding those files when we get the board meetings.
As they're adopted.
As they're adopted, and then your link would always get you to the tool, and the tool would be updated fully by having those board minutes.
Great.
So there'd be no work on the behalf of the board. So maybe I'll just do that and I'll share the link. And then if you think that that's a useful way for you to explore either monitoring reports or just to go back and search for something that you're not sure where it is, everyone will have access to that.
Great, yeah.
Who would upload board minutes?
I'm happy to do that for now, since I'd sort of be like in charge of this notebook, but if we want to offload that to somebody in the district, it's a pretty easy thing. And at present, at least, it's a Google generative AI. It's free. You can have up to 50 sources in each free notebook. So we can have literally 50 board meeting minutes. Or if we started combining them in multiple PDFs, could presumably put every board minute for here till ever. So we can talk about how it's best to maintain that, but for now it would be pretty straightforward for me to just, when I see the minutes already, I just add it to the notebook and then it would just be ready for anyone to use.
And we could easily build that into the routine in our office as well, just to.
I'm not gonna argue with that, that's for sure.
Happy to,
Yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Thanks, Mike.
Based upon the information provided, does the board find that the board's interpretation is reasonable? Yes or no?
Yes.
Does the data demonstrate accomplishment of this interpretation? Yes or no?
Yes.
All those in favor of accepting monitoring report 4.1, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Next, we have an action item for the resolution to influence the redistricting task force. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Mike first.
Second.
Sorry, was that Melissa?
Sorry.
What's the second? Okay. Discussion. So would you mind pulling it up so we can all see it?
So, can I just clarify in terms of the motions on the table, right? And by resolution, do you mean the resolution we've been discussing?
Yep.
Okay.
And is the language that Meredith had suggested at the
Yeah.
end of something?
I left it highlighted in there. I haven't changed it just because we didn't finalize it, but it's in there. I share. Yeah, Patrick's gonna put it up. Yeah, Patrick's gonna put it up, sorry.
All I have is, yeah, and
Yep, we're just gonna put it up.
Might just take me a minute to.
I wanna take a second to thank Brad for writing this and putting it together. I imagine it was a bit of work, so thank you, Brad.
You're welcome.
Sure, it's linked in the minutes before we send it out.
did I miss something? Was this distributed beforehand? I remember we talked about, I just don't remember exactly the word. Was this sent and I missed something or?
Nope, you didn't miss
Okay.
anything. It just didn't make the.
Okay.
Yeah, but it'll be in there. But it is the same essentially I haven't changed anything from the last time we discussed it. I left everything highlighted the way it was.
Right, I remember. but-
Yeah.
Like,
we-
I remember Meredith added a preamble.
Yep.
Changed the preamble sort of.
Yep, and that's sort of where we left it, because it was just a discussion last time.
Yeah.
And so I've just left everything highlighted. We'll talk about it again today and then just do and move on it.
Okay.
Catch.
While Patrick's pulling it up, I'm still not 100% clear what our position as a board is on supervisory district versus supervisory.
Well, I think, I think that's an accurate statement, Meredith. The resolution, I think, was drafted the way it was. To give some flexibility for the board in terms of talking to other districts. And I thought that was a good thing. I mean, I have my preference for, I think we've been around the block on that. And I'm happy to have that discussion again. But in terms of a resolution, I'm not sure that it's necessary to say, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I think the first
Right.
draft was much more directive and was more kind of pointing in the direction of the supervisory union. Then we had a long discussion a couple of months ago. And we did the second version of the resolution, which didn't necessarily endorse supervisory union or supervisory district or any other particular configuration of governance.
You're right, Brad. I see that 1C says explore and adopt a governance structure that is tailored to the needs and community values of our district, such as a hybrid SUSD structure. You are right. Thank you for clarifying that.
I do wonder about that last part though, such as a hybrid SUSD. I'm not sure, I mean, is that proposing a supervisory union? I'm not sure what's a hybrid SUSD
Oh, well,
compared to a SU.
yeah, let me tell you what I was thinking
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
Which is, you have a lot of supervisory unions, especially in the eastern part of the state. And they still have the same structure. They had the same structure that we used to have before Act 46. And so each town has its own district. And then they're under the umbrella of a supervisory union. By hybrid, at least in my mind, we've moved beyond that. For better or for worse, right? But we've moved beyond that, and now we have 3 supervisory districts in, say, Addison County. So the hybrid nature of it would be you'd keep those supervisory districts like ours, the way it is now, like Virginia, like Middlebury, but have them operating under a supervisory union. So retain their existence and the values, that you want to preserve in terms of, our community. But operate under supervisory union and get the same kind of scale and savings that you would have from a larger a larger organizing structures. That's what I meant.
Right, that's helpful clarification.
Yeah, but I think, Mike, I think your concern is that by just saying it that way, we're sort of endorsing that. And I'm not sure we are. I mean, we could change that language so that it says that, you know, such as supervisory district, supervisory union, or hybrid thereof. You know,
I think that would be cleaner, but then I kind of wonder what we're asking the commission to do, like, what would their option outside of that be?
well, to make sure, I mean, I think that the operative language in my view is that we want any solution to be tailored to our needs. Not the needs of some committee in Montpelier.
Yeah, and I think the other implication, Mike, is that by putting it out there like this and talking about, I'm sure it talks about, well, yeah, so, B, for example, it talks about encourage collaboration with neighboring education users and districts. So that's important part too. That authorizes this district to reach out to those other districts and and Hannaford, we can't forget Hannaford here. And talking to them, maybe a little more aggressively than we've had so far, you know, assertively anyway. And saying, you know, let's do something like this and see where they're at. And, you know, maybe they don't agree, maybe they agree somewhat, you know, but start that conversation and let the task force know that we're starting that conversation so that they'll listen to us. And maybe by, you know, we got a little bit of time, and maybe by the end of this discussion, and before people make a decision, we'll have some consensus, Pollyannish maybe, but you know, you gotta start somewhere.
Yeah, I don't think I have any concerns about that. I mean, I think B reinforces what sort of feels like is gonna be a necessity regardless of the structure, right?
I'm sorry?
That B is gonna be part of what the solution regardless of the actual structure. Right, that it's unlikely that we're gonna be left alone to our own devices, independent of Addison Central, Addison Northeast, or Hannaford. So there's going to be some collaboration in whatever structure that is. So I think B makes perfect sense, and I'm sure it aligns with what the commission is already thinking, right? That there's going to be crossover between those supervisory districts. I don't see any concern with that.
Well, I think they're probably gonna make two decisions. They're gonna create boundaries.
Yeah.
The larger districts, right? And I think inevitably, they're also gonna be hearing from people about what their preferences about what sort of organizational structure would be. Okay, and so this is our opportunity and the opportunity for Hannaford and the other two districts to weigh in there.
Sure, so you're saying.
It would be
We're
quite.
specifying which ones we'd like to collaborate as opposed to other ones
Wow.
with B, which I'm okay. With. I'm not, I think it makes sense.
Yeah, we've identified Addison County as our target for discussion. Yeah.
That's
Yeah, we don't want to work with CBU. As a joke, sorry.
Yeah, no, but I think it makes perfect sense. I guess, yeah, I'm still just a little hung up on. I love the idea of identifying like our preference. But it seems like we're avoiding the discussion as a board as to what our preference is.
Huh.
Unless that preference is to generally state, like C, explore and adopt a government structure that's tailored to the needs and community values of our district. Like if that's the totality of our preference, perfect. If it was, we really want an SU, or we really want an SD, or we really want this hybrid model, like we can state that, but I think we want to make sure we as a board know what that preference is and have discussed it, come up to that. Or we should be really vague about it and not lean one way or the other without a board consensus of what that preference is.
And my thinking was. You got it. Maybe you should say what you're thinking is.
I hear what Mike's saying.
You know, we could, you know, it's what step you take first, I think, right? And do you want to, as a board, decide, okay, we want to do this, that, or the other in terms of choices of an organizational structure? Or do you want to talk to the other districts first? I guess and I thought it would be an easier conversation with the other districts if you had some, if when you guys go to them, you had a little flexibility.
Sure, so I think if that's the case, like, I guess I'm not sure, like, if we just omitted the such as a hybrid SU-SD structure. Like, would you have, like, that keeps things open? I don't understand, like, I'm trying to understand what that is trying to get at. That is not board consensus. Like, I wouldn't want it to say either, such as, unified school district. Right, like, I don't think we wanna seed necessarily one or the other. Unless we do wanna seed that, because we as a board think that's the right structure to seed.
I,
Might
Yeah, we've got Liz and then
Yeah.
Meredith.
Oh.
No, you mean, the only thing in here that feels really specific to me is the second, right, number 2. And further resolving to honor the commitment to the towns about school closure. And the redistricting task force doesn't make decisions about school closure. So everything else in it is kind of flexible and vague and things that I think are assumptions and that but the Commission on the Future of Education is tasked with making recommendations to the legislature
Right.
about school closure processes and community feedback from that. So that's what they're working on right now.
different committee, but yeah, different group.
Right, and they're actually tasked with the school closure conversation and giving feedback to the legislature from the community about that. The redistricting task force is not charged with making recommendations about what school closure would look like.
Yeah, well, I think one, there are two parts, right? It's 1 and 2.
Yep.
And 1 is wrapped up in the issues that we're talking about in terms of structure. And relating to the other districts in Addison County. The 2 is very important,
Right,
but it doesn't have, I think you're right. The task force might not care what we think about number 2. But it's important, it's very important, I think, for this district. To be in this resolution.
and I think if we, and so I would say it's just, what are they charged with for gathering information around? So 1 is the districting, number 1, and 1 is closure, which is number 2. And one thing that I think we want to remember as an option is that even if our group were not to get solid on a perspective, there are the redistricting task force is working with Sue McCormick, and we'll have 2 public informational sessions to which anyone can attend, and the Commission on the Future of Education, on the Commission of the
Yes.
Future of Public Education, they have 5 that are gonna be happening in October, I think, is their tentative plan. So each group will have opportunities for all of us to go and speak up and be really clear about our perspectives.
I just think it's really important that this board. Decide on number 2. It's not, it's a matter of what this board believes in. And yeah, we can talk to this other commission. But I think it's really important.
Herb, I agree with you. I think it's really important for our board to decide on number 2 as well. And I think I'm just wondering if it might make more sense to have a separate motion where we really talk about number 2 and give it the attention and gravitas that it deserves. And I think everything in number 1, by the way, is fabulous and exactly what we as a board should support. And I wouldn't want number 2 as written to stop us from passing this resolution with all the incredible information included in bullet point 1.
I think that the point of the resolution wasn't entirely to be directed toward the redistricting committee. I mean, what's happening in our educational system in Vermont right now is much broader than just redistricting. Yes, the commission, it has the redistricting committee obviously the redistricting committee is the first kind of target, so to speak. but it's part of a much larger ecosystem. And I think that, you know, when, at least when, based on our discussions and then sort of my thinking, in terms of putting these words together was to respond to that ecosystem. Not necessarily saying that, you know, we don't want a $35,000 pupil district anywhere near us. You know, that's not what it was about. But rather to convey, number one, that we want to maintain local control as much as possible over our schools, which is in our tradition in this state. And you know, have sort of responsible governance, you know, that is more transparent and enables, you know, individual communities to have more of a say and have better access to information about what's happening in our schools. And so I don't see this, I don't see a bifurcation or separation between 1 and 2. I think it's all one and the same. I mean, we, you know, as a board, you know, we have been committed to local control of our schools and letting our communities make decisions about how they are structured. And I don't hear in any of our discussions that we're moving away from that. Really. I mean, yeah, there are challenges clearly, but I don't see that there's much interest in this room and in our broader community to sort of cede control and governance of our educational systems.
Yeah, I think this thing that I would consider that changed how I was looking at it was the most recent Commission on Public Education. There was a presentation by the Burlington School District Financial Manager, and it was pretty amazing the way that it laid out exactly what it could look like in a larger district, what advisory councils looked like, the control that they had over the budget. They were sending out money to each principal, and the principal was working with advisory councils to make decisions such as, well, would it be 1 special educator or 3 one-on-one? So I think we're just not familiar with them because we haven't seen them. And so I am feeling that community connections to schools and control, like that's not board work, but actually setting up another structure. An advisory council that had a pretty amazing way of empowering schools to be connected and to have a different form of governance that we're just not familiar with because we haven't done before. So I'm more open-minded to that local control this isn't equivalent, a larger district is not equivalent to a lack of local control.
I would agree with that, Liz. My first teaching job was in Milwaukee Public Schools. It's one of the biggest districts in the country. And I taught at a little K-8 school on the south side, and we had amazing community engagement and involvement with our little school on the south side of Milwaukee. I think this board is a policy and governance board, which means that ultimately we set up the limitations, is that what it's called? We set up the limitations, we set up the ends, but the day-to-day operations don't lie with us and shouldn't lie with us. I mean, when you get really intensive, you know what, I'll stop there. So I'm not saying I think we should move away from local control. I'm just saying, like what Liz said, local control can look different than what it looks like today.
Right, I mean, I totally agree. I mean, if it's a great idea, the voters will adopt it and they'll vote for it. Right? If it's a bad idea, they won't vote for it. And so all this says is we just want to get voters a vote on it, have a say in it, that's all.
And I don't think, I understand what you're getting at in terms of policy governance. There are certain things that supersede policy governance. Got lots. Doesn't matter what sort of policy we want, they gotta be compliant with all. And we got an articles of agreement, which says before you close, you know, you gotta have a vote. So I don't understand the reluctance, frankly, of adopting this number two. I think it's simply a misstatement of what our article saying. It's a misstatement of what I understand what it said fairly recently. And I think you need to be careful if you don't, I think we need to be careful if this is taken out, I think that'll be sending a message to the community. Which is, wow, you know. I'd be worried about that.
Yeah, please, and then I'll jump in.
Does number two kind of negate what we did at the last board meeting at the end of August when we were going through all the options for education delivery, and we all chose, well, the one was option E, and part of the challenges was to close 2 schools as part of that process. Obviously, so I guess where I'm getting at, like, obviously that's a challenge that this thing might happen a couple years down the road. That seemed to be the one that got the top of the list. But for us as a board, would we consider that? Even though it says up here that,
Yes, so to answer your question, yes, so if the board did our whole exercise and got through all our options, and the option we all agreed on that was best was going forward with closing 2 schools. That would be something we'd have to get the affirmative vote of those towns, right, the towns, so. No, it doesn't negate it, but to Brad and Herb's point, like. You're gonna sell it, right, because if that's really what's best for students, then the voters will say, yeah, right? I guess my only point that I want to make is that this only calls out one micro part of one agreement in those articles. And if we're saying we're holding on to the articles of agreement as being what we're committed to, why not just commit to the articles of agreement as they are, as a whole?
I think the reason is there's an obvious in the relationship between number two and number one. Because a supervisory district is going to talk about, under current law, a supervisory district can close an elementary school for any reason or no reason at all. Under current law. So yeah, I think it's important to, I mean, if the board agrees that I think it's important to say that because it's part of our articles that directly relate. I mean, yes, there's tons of other provisions in the articles, but this one in particular is very consequential in terms of whether there's what kind of organizational structure you try to pursue with other districts. So
This is why I think if we're gonna do this, like, we might need to have the conversation about SU versus SD, not to go back to that, but Herb, in your just example there, your evidence for keeping number two in was to provide justification for why a district could be detrimental because it would potentially get rid of that. Right, that was the evidence for keeping this in, was that this sort of argues that we should not have a district because it might go against number two. So if that's really the rationale, is to protect, and it might be the right rationale, I don't want to discount that. But if that's the rationale, then we need to make a decision of like, is a district off the table?
Except you're making the assumption that if we're a district, they're not gonna allow a vote. You know,
But this was,
but you don't know.
I'm sorry, I'm
You
just
don't know.
restating Herb's argument that said, if we don't do that, they might put us in a district that could close schools. Right, that was the logic that was just used. I'm not saying that one way or the other, Brett, I fully agree, right? But we have to be very clear about what it is we're saying with each of these. I love the idea of saying we're committing to local control and local vote on that. I think that's perfectly reasonable. But I'm also a little wary to say we're gonna do so at the expense of allowing full options of this reconsolidation to occur for discussion of the pros and cons of a school district versus the supervisory union. That's the only worry that I'm trying to express, is that we can't shut down that debate for having it artificially.
Well, we're having the debate now, Mike. And if what you're saying is that, you know, if a majority of the board says, hey, we don't want to give communities a vote, even though it says it in the Articles of Association of Agreement. And I would be surprised, but you know, if that's the will of the board, that's the will of the board.
I would say I'd be hesitant to be comfortable with number two if it sends the message that I'm totally against the idea of a district versus a supervisory unit. That makes sense. Because honestly, I don't know where I stand right now between the two. I know in the chair notes for the special meeting in July that Aaron sent out, there was two documents that they seemed, maybe this is a strong word, but they both seemed very biased. One seemed very biased towards supporting districts and one towards supervisory unions. And I was wondering, where's the origin of those documents? Like who created those
I tried to
documents?
put the labels on them. I'd have to go back and tell you exactly where they came from, because I tried to put them in with their
Oh, maybe in your,
in the
Chair
chair notes,
yeah.
I tried to reference them. And I
Wasn't
did-
one the
Rural
the rural
schools was one,
and then the other one was the chief financial, the financial officer.
Yeah, something like
yeah,
that.
other
So
resources from the Alliance exist that frames the pros and cons. And then from their perspective, then here's another perspective on that same subject, but it doesn't say where that one came from.
okay, I think it's probably in the document, but the reason I did that purposely, right? Like, in order for us to have a robust conversation, we have to have lots of sides of an argument. Right? And it feels important to have balanced information. So perspective is everything.
Yeah, and so as I was looking at those two documents, that was kind of my first like observation. So then obviously that makes me look at it even a little bit more, both of them a bit more critically to try to form my own assumptions.
Yep.
And to be honest, I'll start the hard conversation. I lean towards supervisory districts and not saying that's where I'm gonna land, but looking at those two documents as my only resources thus far. Districts is kind of where I was leaning.
Here's a suggestion. I mean, obviously, folks are having a little bit of difficulty, you know, sort of, you know, merging the two, 1 and 2. Let's just have two resolutions. One on the, whether or not we support local governance, one on whether we want to have a voice in how our district is you know, organized.
I like that.
That way you get around like your issue and Kylie, your issue.
And then that way we can submit a resolution.
And we don't get in trouble with the community.
Do you repeat those two, please?
I think it would be important to have a vote on both parts tonight.
Yeah.
I'd also like. Thank you, Kylie, for starting the hard conversations. I'd also like to continue the hard conversation on number 2. When we look at our neighboring school districts, the way they close schools is different. Like Addison Central, for example, it was a vote of the board to close Ripton. It's gonna be a board decision on, is it Salisbury was the other one that they're gonna. Bridport and Shoreham. And maybe legally our articles of agreement can't be changed. But I wouldn't want something that was passed years ago in a different political climate to inhibit us from doing what's best for our kids
So that's why I personally wouldn't support number two. I would want to leave the option open.
So, I think we're losing a little perspective here. It hasn't been that long ago that our communities have weighed in on this. The district tried to close some schools, not very long ago.
When,
And-
clarify when we tried to close schools.
Excuse me?
We tried a merger. I don't remember talking about school closure.
I do. I very
I
much.
remember people talking about it, but I don't remember us ever putting forward a vote on school closure or getting to that point.
It was quite clear that the administration and the board at that time were in favor of closing schools. They put that before the board. No, they did not vote on it, but they put it before, and they considered having a vote, that town meeting.
We considered it, and I just feel like when we passed that in 2023, there was a promise made that we would be able to have the conversation and there would be no fear because there's a town vote. And it's for sure in the hands of the town about whether or not it were to get passed. So then a conversation could genuinely happen where we could discuss the pros and cons. And it doesn't feel like we're being allowed to have that conversation.
Yeah, we can have that conversation. I was just talking to Meredith that, to her point, I think that things have changed, right? You might be very absolutely correct, but my point is, it didn't happen all that long ago.
That's fair.
And we've had some votes. And the votes were opposing closing schools. Maybe since, what's it, 2-3 years ago? Maybe things have changed. I'm just saying that I don't think, personally, I don't think the climate has changed. It's been really recent.
Well, the other thing too is that it wasn't just the merger, it was also repurposing of schools and whether, and there's a lot of debate and a lot of discussion about whether or not repurposing of Moncton or Lincoln or Starksboro constituted closure. It never got to litigation, but it was heading in that direction.
Right, all we got to was.
So I'm just saying, it wasn't just merger, and the conversation was about closing schools.
It was about repurposing closure, and we got to the point where we voted on that would be considered closure. And nothing happened after that. We didn't actually continue the conversation.
Right, but it was pretty clear when the board, in that merger, I'll tell you, the community felt pretty clear that that merger was a way to get around the vote, right? And so the merged district could close a school, without a vote.
That was a reason that Virgins didn't want to merge with us because they had a different process for school closure and it made them uncomfortable. Like, that was one place that we needed to come to agreement on with them in order to.
My point, what I was trying to make was that there was a vote because Starksboro saw that as a threat. Okay, and we tried to withdraw. And we almost did, except for, won't get into that factual stuff, the financials. But a majority of this district supported us. And that was what? 3 years ago. Just not that long ago. That was my only point. I didn't want to make a mountain out of a molehill. Maybe sentiment has changed.
I think we've heard a lot from Liz and I in Bristol and you guys in Starksboro. And I don't know if now's the right time for it, but I would just love to get a temperature check on how people are feeling in Moncton and New Haven.
I shared mine from Moncton.
I'm sorry.
I said I shared mine and I'm from Moncton.
Right.
And I guess we don't
have the New Haven reps, but I guess, that's why it's whatever. And we'll get into this later in the agenda too, but whatever sort of timeline and way we're agreeing on approaching. Looking through options and having that discussion feels important to get those perspectives that you're just talking about. in terms of this resolution, I will just share that the task force did lay out on the 10th, and it plans to share it again on the 29th submaps. About what the groupings would look like, and Addison County is full in the map right now. So just feels important to put that context out right now, that right now it is full. What else it includes, what it'll look like in the end, not clear, right? This is all very temporary, but for now it is whole. So that's just a way we can start to frame out too. You know, if we said, right, we want a supervisory union versus a supervisory district, like, I think the idea was for the task force to do districting, right? And so the idea that of SU would be important only if all the other districts were on board, which is what I think you were saying earlier. And I haven't gotten that sense, but I do worry about that language too.
What language?
The SU versus SD, I'm not sure that language is right on the button at the moment.
I think the way I see it is that there's a lot of information that we could offer the state. There's a lot of information that we could be giving the community. That's why when you said temperature check, I wasn't quite sure if you meant me or community. But I don't think the community has the information yet as a whole. So therefore, we can't take a temperature check on the community. I think I would want to represent what my community wanted more than what I want. That's what I see my role is as, but I do see the timeline kind of coming down on us for giving that information to the state, so. I think we're really caught between, and yes, we need to move and we need to kind of figure out what we're doing. But, getting that information out to the community is gonna be critical.
But why don't we water down number one along Mike's recommendation, and then have a vote on the two separate resolutions.
I'd be perfectly happy with that, or if the board didn't want to mess with the language of one, I'd be happy to vote on it and support it. As is, I prefer the other.
Yeah,
That's really where
I think again, as I said earlier, the point is not to try to say at this point in this process, what what we are recommending, because we haven't had that discussion. So if you want to change the language to include, SD as the SU or hybrid, that'd be fine. I have no problem with that.
Or maybe what the real compromise might be, and so if I'm working on so where you say such as a hybrid SU SD structure, you would say, or an SD structure with elements of strong local control. Like, because that seems to be the crux, right? That you want to maintain whatever structure, you want to maintain the local voice, and I understand the rationale for that. This would allow them to it would allow the redistricting task force to know that we are still open to both of those structures as long as it preserves that value, which I think is what you're trying to get across, Brad.
Yes, no, I think that's right.
So that might be one way that we signal the openness to structure as long as it meets the value. And I think that, to me, is a really nice place to be.
I'm okay with that.
So could you restate that?
Yeah, I think I was thinking like such as a hybrid SU SD structure or, unified school district with strong elements of local control. Something like that.
What if we just deleted everything highlighted in orange?
That's the other possibility too, but it sounded to me like we might have to want to get out the idea that we're receptive to a supervisory union, and I didn't want to go against that because I don't think we are open to that idea. So this sort of just says we're open to both.
A structure that values strong local control. Regardless.
Yeah.
What you call it.
So explore and adopt a governance structure that is tailored to the needs and community values of our district, specifically strong local control.
Yeah, something like that, or including.
Brad,
You could
heard
say it so
that.
many different ways.
I'm just typing as I hear it, so.
I wanna make sure that Brad and Herb are okay with that language too.
So is the language we're voting on what's in orange now?
Yep. There are two ideas, so there's the first one and then there's a dash and then there's a second.
I'm okay with either.
Yes, that's okay.
That's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine, that's fine.
Which one is fine?
This-
Second,
The strong local control, that's fine.
specifically strong local control, or the such as the,
I'm okay with the orange there, the way it reads right now.
Okay, right, all right, or the way it is, well, I think there are
It's a
two
little
options.
redundant at the end.
What are the two on?
Either specifically strong local control or such as a hybrid SD structure.
Well, I think that last phrase, such as, is helpful.
Sweet, let's keep it in.
okay, so,
So the whole thing.
Get rid of strong local
Yeah.
control.
Yes.
yeah.
So now, Meredith, you know how laws are made. Even in my period. And 11 people sit around a room and they do this.
Herb, I could never do that job.
And you hope at the end of the day it makes sense.
So the only thing I'm not clear on is we're gonna move this to its, oh, sorry, Patrick said, can you scroll down, please? We're gonna move the highlighted one to its own resolution, yes?
Yes.
The purple highlight.
Purple highlight, so what I'm gonna do is try to create a second page on here, but I'll let, yeah. I'm gonna move that point down. So it'd be on its own page. Yes? Okay, I'm gonna highlight this part. And I put it down below this one as well. Okay. So now the point 2 is now on its own page. And there's a ton of like preamble stuff at the beginning of this first one. Do we need to repeat any of that, or is it just like its own standalone thing now? So like, would I put the title on the second one, or would it just be submitted as an addendum to this one?
Quick, maybe, can you scroll down and kind of give those in?
So are these both going to the redistricting process?
Should say.
Separate resolution?
So you don't need the preamble.
That's what it's sounding like to me.
Yeah, I don't think
No,
so.
I can't. What did he originally, is that what Brad originally said?
I think so.
Right.
Your point here, I think I'm saying that number 2 is already in our articles. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the preamble stuff is, it's more germane to number 1 than it is to number 2, so I don't.
Yeah, choose like a nice public affirmation.
Exactly.
That doesn't have to necessarily be directed to the redistricting.
It doesn't have to go anywhere
It doesn't
except
go anywhere.
in our
It's
minutes.
just an open meeting. This is the vote of the board
Yes.
to reaffirm that, and it's publicly aware.
Right, exactly.
And then number 1 has some intention in terms of an intended audience that we should send along. I
Okay.
think that makes perfect sense.
Okay, so number 2 is for us to the community. Number 1 is from us to the redistricting task force.
Yeah, the task force and to the, reform writ large.
So it'll all be sent in the same document to the redistricting task force?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to be clear about that. Okay, so then I guess we need to. Tease out number 2, and if people are feeling comfortable with that.
Can we tackle these one at a time in terms of voting? I think
Yeah.
they're gonna be 2 separate motions. It would make sense to have a little discussion on the first. And then have a vote and then do the discussion on the second, because otherwise there's no point in pulling them apart. So I think like we have an amended motion right now. And then we would just have to make a new motion with the language of number 2 to open debate, unless people felt they were inseparable in the discussion. But
Does it feel like we need to do that?
Yes.
But I think the point was to separate it, so we
yes,
didn't have this convoluted discussion.
Right, but there's only one motion, so we're gonna add a motion to our agenda. We're gonna add an action item to our agenda. That's what I'm getting at, is that
Oh.
right now it's under one action.
Yes.
But
But it's not just-
we can take action on that.
But we could take action on it as a whole and just have. I'm guessing, it's adding steps for me to add a second action item to the agenda versus just having the conversation now and acting on it as a whole. I'm not seeing the difference. I'm not seeing the value in adding a
Because-
separate action item.
the argument would be, and this is totally hypothetical, I
Yeah.
don't see it going this way,
Yeah.
but what if as a board, we were fully in support of one
And not.
and not in support of two? As a single action, you could not have that vote, you couldn't express yay and nay simultaneously. As separate motions, we can address them independently. I don't actually think that that's gonna make a huge difference in this particular case.
Unless you want to do a temperature check.
Right. We could, so we could skip it because we're all on the same page, but yeah, okay.
Eventually there.
I think adding the action item is okay because it's about pre-warned information on the agenda.
Yeah.
Right, we're not adding a new topic. Right,
But that may be worth a conversation just to make sure everybody feels good about that. What it says on the agenda specifically is an action item. Resolution to influence the redistricting task force. And then you have the motion for,
The motion was still moved, so
Okay.
that means it's as written.
So that's pretty specific.
So the actions.
The influence redistricting task force.
Pages.
There is some movement, so it's as written, so.
I think
so
we're
we-
getting,
I just wanna be on board about what we're
I
working through.
understand, but I think we're
It's-
getting, we're dancing on the head of a pin here.
Yep.
And
This discussion.
I think you have a discussion item, you have an action item, people know what the resolution was. We're amending it, basically, and after our discussion, we're gonna be amending it. And to have, the separate number one, and we made some modifications
Yep.
to that, and we're gonna have this number two, we're gonna vote on them separately. I
Okay, so
don't,
the second motion will just have to be made by somebody, that's all. So we'll go to the first motion, which was the resolution to influence the redistricting task force. Which is what we're saying right now is just number one,
Yes.
Correct.
right?
And the preamble and everything but number two.
Right,
I guess the only clarification I would make, it would ask about is, are we gonna have a vote on number two tonight?
we would have to add an action item, that's sort of what I was getting at.
Yes, I think we should.
But are we gonna do that tonight?
I don't see how we don't.
Yes.
Which is why I was trying to pin it down. So,
Thank you, Erin. Sorry.
it's okay. So. Action, so all those in favor of. The resolution to influence the redistricting task force, which we're saying is the preamble and number one on our resolution document, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion passes. I'll need someone to add an action item to our agenda, which to talk about the second half of our resolution.
So moved.
Could you say out an action or a motion?
I move that the board approve a resolution as stated in number two in the previous draft.
Thank you.
Second,
5 seconds. Okay,
Oh, wait. The board approved the resolution as.
Wait, are we approving the resolution or are we approving talking about the resolution?
that's the approving to open the discussion.
Okay.
Of. The document.
Yeah.
Concur with the motion. And the second motion. Okay,
You got it.
sorry, I'm not as fast.
I feel for you, Barb.
You're doing great.
Really.
I had to do this the other night. as an emergency minute taker, and it was hard.
Okay, discussion, please. I support it and making that commitment to our community. I do not think that it is the ideal path forward. So as making that resolution to our community that this board will continue to uphold that commitment, that's a yes to that. But in terms of making it as a recommendation for moving forward at the state level, my thought on community is that it's not town by town. It's bigger than that. And I think it's just to us in our district and the entity that we are right now, yes, this is what we're doing. This is what we'll continue to do and continue to commit to. Moving forward, my definition of community is not that limited. So yes, community vote, but not in that way.
Yeah, I hear you and I respect that. I disagree, but I think all we have on the table though is the motion. And I thank you for your support.
Yep, but this is still discussion about it, right? Which we did above too.
I actually don't support it. I think we're limiting ourselves and limiting our ability to do what's best for students. If we don't explore all possible options, and maybe that is closing schools the same way Addison Central does it, and maybe it's not possible, and maybe it's a legal nightmare, but I wouldn't want to close the door on exploring all the options to do what's best for students by saying this now.
Well,
There's nothing wrong with that. I agree that we don't want to close off options, but I'm not convinced that having a resolution like this closes off those options, because if we have a good program and a good proposal, then the voters are gonna vote for it in the affirmative.
No, and again, it says it in our articles of agreement, and the first thing we just took an action on, doesn't that say that we're gonna find out ways to make sure that, we're giving our students the best education? So it's just like we're just letting the community know that, hey, we'll check in with you.
Good point.
Can you repeat that, Justin? I'm sorry.
Oh, like,
Make sure I'm understanding what you're saying.
the way I understand this is, and to Brad's point, is we're just letting the community know that we hear them. Like, we've gotten various emails from community members about this said thing. And I think it's just a way to, let the community know that we're gonna do our due diligence. We're gonna try to come up with the best plan, like when we took those 36 ideas to try to figure out how we reconfigure the school. And if it comes down to it, we're gonna talk to the community, but it's just letting them know, like, hey, you guys still have a vote when it comes time. And to Brad's point again, like, hopefully we have a good proposal for them and buy-in.
And I see that this is more specific than that. This is, right, like. This is saying that one town could ultimately decide the fate for all of the towns. Right, and that we're honoring that possibility. Is that incorrect?
No, I think it is correct, because the town where the school is located has to vote in the affirmative to close the school in order for us to close it.
Exactly.
I guess the only thing I would say, Candy, is that but some folks might not like that towns have a right to vote. But it's there. It's there in the article. And, we're restating, I think, in this number 2, I think we're just restating the obvious.
So when
We could change that
I guess, so what's the point of restating it if it is already
because
something that,
the reason I think,
Can't be
Kylie, is that I've been hearing a lot of folks saying that they don't want to honor that. And
I have.
I
not
would
heard
like them
anybody
to-
On this board say they don't want to honor that commitment.
To be fair, I have said that.
Okay.
One person said it.
yeah,
I'm not saying it's the best thing, similar to Liz, I'm not saying it's the best thing for our students or community.
that's what it is.
One point of clarification, just because it's come up a couple of times, is the idea that the articles of agreement can't be changed.
Okay,
That is not true. You may choose not to change them. And different articles have different processes you would have to follow. But they can be changed.
I don't know who said that it couldn't be changed, but I acknowledge that.
okay.
I guess.
I don't know if you could do it in time to implement something for FY 27.
In a nutshell, the process is the board has authority to change any article other than what's in Article 10. So Article 10 is sort of a compilation of multiple other articles of agreement, and that was voted on by the electorate when we merged under Act 46. The only way Article 10 can be changed is by a vote of the electorate, which is the entire district, not any one town. Anything that doesn't exist in Article 10, the board, by simple majority, has the authority to change.
I'm not sure that that's the case, that part. Isn't, remind me, Patrick, isn't, there are two sections in the articles relating to voting, right? There are two articles. There's 10 and I think 14.
I guess I don't know what you mean when you say related to voting.
Well, it says, you gotta have a right, the town has a right to vote.
10 describes what was on the ballot.
Yeah, I looked for that ballot yesterday and I couldn't find a copy of it online to see exactly what was on the ballot.
Effectively, the ballot is Article 10.
This is a really, really interesting discussion. I would have thought that this was kind of obvious. I mean, if you don't want to vote for it, let's not honor our commitment.
I think what Patrick just pointed out is an important piece of information that I wasn't aware of, but until we've kind of teased out some of the other options that we have discussed in terms of educational delivery systems, I don't know where I stand yet, and I wouldn't feel comfortable favoring this second resolution tonight until I've gone through that exercise. I'm not saying, basically what I'm saying is tonight I don't know. Because I want to support something that's going to be the best for our students, and I don't know right now.
I want what's best for our students too. Right.
I know, but that can be differing opinions, right?
That's
So I want to feel that what I'm voting on is the best for our students, and I'm not sure that voting on, that I would honor what was decided in 2023 is what's going to be best for our students. I don't feel like I've gone through the process yet that I need to go through. I need more information. And for me, that includes continuing to investigate the educational delivery systems that have been presented to us. On the surface, it might sound awful to our community members to hear me say, like, I would potentially be okay closing one of our schools. But I also view myself as a trustee, right? Not just somebody representing my town, right? And somebody who comes to these meetings and goes to the committee meetings and is taking in all the information, looking at everything for my community members. And I feel like when a lot of people go to vote, they haven't done that, unfortunately, right? Including myself in the past, right? I'll read the Facebook post or the Front Porch Forum post and I'm highly influenced. And now looking back, I can see that. And so I want to make sure that I'm a trustee, not just a representative of my town. That's a good point.
I think it gets back to the point raised earlier, is that everybody around this table at some point could say, we need to close schools. And we sell it to the community. And if it's a good idea, it passes. If it's not a good idea, it doesn't pass. And we're not abrogating our responsibilities to our communities as trustee or representative if we think that we need to close schools.
Brad, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
If we as a board decided that the best option for our students, with all the information that we had, we believed as a board that the best option for our students was to close Robinson School. Do you think you could sell that to the community of Starksboro and have them vote in favor of it?
Oh, my gosh, that's, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, sure.
And it's,
Yeah.
so there are a lot of different aspects, you know, we keep talking about what's best for students, and there are disagreements about that, right? I mean, there's a lot of research and a lot of people feel that closing a small school will hurt marginalized students, right? You know, really. But there's another aspect of we're trying to live in a democracy. And gosh almighty, you know, we're in tough shape. And, you know, is this the right time? I mean, set aside, you know, is this something that a board, even if it's elected, wants to take on themselves and decide without the input of voters what's gonna happen? I think, geez, man, I think when I'd be very concerned about, you know, what we're saying about democracy in Vermont.
I think I've beaten this horse to death, so this is the last thing that I'll say on that. I think if we look nationally outside of just Vermont, local control has not always been what's best for students. You look at what was happening in 2020 and 2021 in Pennsylvania and how local control was all about removing critical race theory or social emotional learning from schools. Go back a couple years before that to the 50s and 60s, you can see, I don't think I need to say exactly what it was, but you could see local control negatively impacting students of color in the South. And I think local control here in our community in Vermont is a good thing. And I think what Kylie said was really poignant, that we are the trustees. We have been elected to be trustees for the entire district. And right now, our articles of agreement say that the residents of the town where a school is located have to vote in affirmative in order for us to close that school. And if what's best for all of the students in that district is to close that school, we might be limiting ourselves by not at least looking at if that's how we want to continue to operate.
I guess, well, just waiting, the value I think maybe I see of this resolution. Is it shows perhaps, and I fully appreciate actually the arguments on both sides. I'm swayed by the merit of each of them, but the reason again, why I'm leaning towards in favor of this. Is I think it shows that we're operating in good faith. I like the idea of a strong signal to our community that we are all collectively concerned about the future of education, particularly for MAUSD. That we're all striving in whatever way we can to improve upon that, given the constraints that are external to us. And that I like the idea that our first pass at this, at the very least, is done in conjunction fully with those that are going to be impacted by this. So I like the idea that we say we're going to try to honor these commitments, that we're going to go through that process faithfully. I absolutely hope, and I hope this isn't just blind optimism, that the community would hear that message of good faith and respond in kind. That they'd be willing to engage with this process with us, even if it contradicts their immediate reaction to some of the suggestions. That they'd be willing to consider the pros and the cons, right? And try to come to some collective understanding of what that path is, whatever that path may be. I really like that as a model. What it might mean is it might mean that we as a board put forth something and the community either accepts or rejects it, but at least we will have engaged fully that way. If we find ourselves at a point down the future where we think that that is no longer tenable. Right, that there isn't a solution, that the community is gonna get on board, and we don't have another solution. Maybe my opinion on this changes. I don't know if I'm personally at that point yet where I feel like I'm ready to jump out of this process. Without giving it the college try. But that's my consensus, even though I actually fully appreciate the concern of, we could do that. And find ourselves in a place where we think we have a solution and it hasn't been internalized in the community as a whole. And we end up at a place where we don't actually have a path in the moment because the community and the board are at ends or at odds with what we think we're gonna do.
So I guess where my thinking goes is. So say we look at the 6 or 7 options that we decided to take a closer look at. And one of the options, well, one of the best options include school, right? And the community votes that down. So that goes to that email we got a couple weeks ago from the Starksboro resident. It almost feels like we need our contingency plan, like, we need to be working on that now. Right?
Yes.
Like, we almost need we need to be ready to present like a second option immediately.
And I think we can just get also that it's not one or the other, right? Like there's the community vote, there's districts that have advisory vote. So there's many different ways that we could think about other options and what it could look like that don't mean our community has no voice, right? Like there's places in between this and just a board voting. Is a breadth of options in between there.
And you get what Mike's saying, like. I don't want the community to feel like we won't try to honor this in good faith, right? But we're the ones looking at the numbers. And so I just want to be very transparent in that approach. And by me just saying I favor it in that language, doesn't feel like I'm being transparent. Feels like maybe I'm just trying to like calm people down.
Yeah, maybe just to rephrase mine in a very short way, like, I might feel super comfortable honoring this commitment today,
Mhm.
but in a year.
Yeah.
In 2 years. Maybe I don't feel confident if I don't see that there's any path forward, and again, I don't know if that's where it's going. But at this moment in time, I actually feel comfortable doing this, because it feels consistent. The approach should be taken. The last 2 cents.
So I would think, I'd point out that, showing the community that that we're honoring that commitment puts you in a much better position to try to persuade them. Than if you said, what they're gonna do it anyway, you at least start at a baseline where you can talk to people as opposed to them feeling really threatened.
Is there anyone who hasn't said something that would like to?
I think Kirby made a good point just now. And to your point, Mike, as well, if you start a conversation with, putting anybody on the defensive, the outcome of that conversation probably isn't going to go the way that you would hope. I think we're in a position to, we owe it to our constituents to present them with the most accurate information, and I don't know, I think they need to be able to decide, and like you said, Mike, who knows what it's gonna look like 2 years down the road. We don't even know what the redistricting task force is gonna hand us, so I think this is a scenario of cart before horse, to be completely honest. I don't see any harm in in reinforcing our commitment to the community. Hmm.
Other discussion. Are we ready to vote?
I just need clarification on this is a commitment to our community, or if this is a recommendation to a task force. Cause that's really where my vote changes, is on that.
We said, commitment to the community.
Commitment to our
It
community,
is going to the task force though.
but it's
This is
going to
being
the task force.
Oh, this
So
is
that's-
going to the town.
That's,
Point 1, 2.
yes.
It says commitment to the towns.
Right.
Haven starts it.
As a they'll take that as a recommendation and it will go in their feedback that will go to you guys. That they put all of their community feedback into a file, addendum, right?
Yeah. In
So-
the circular.
I mean, I read those things, right? I'm a reader of that sort of stuff. So I don't want to make this as a recommendation. So I don't want to send it to the task force, but
Well, I'm not sending it past risk, and I don't know if Aaron is, but,
If you vote on it, that feels like what my job would be. Right,
Okay.
that's what this is, a resolution to the task force. That's the motion, that's the action we're taking.
okay.
So I mean, like to be clear, right? That
I'm
was,
with Liz. I mean, to my community, I make the commitment to, put in a good faith effort to honor this commitment, but recognizing that it might not be feasible or realistic in the future. This doesn't feel transparent to me.
I don't.
Or it's almost like saying to a patient, you're gonna live, but today you're gonna live, right? Like, when you're looking at something that's pretty dreary. Right? To me, it just doesn't feel right, but that's my perspective.
I wonder if fairness, but just by separating it from it, I don't feel like there's a strong appetite to necessarily send it to the commission. Like, if that's not a thing that people are really pushing for, I don't think we need to be hamstrung by process. And we can send it
I'm
first.
fine with it. I would just want to be clear,
Yeah,
like, that's what I thought my direction
Yeah, no,
was.
So I had written down the board approves the resolution as stated in point number 2 of the document.
So,
I can also.
so that's
do that.
not how
Yeah.
it reads then, right? Because it's the resolution, and that's not your fault. I'm just saying it's the resolution as is presented, but it's not whether that's to the community or the task force.
Yeah,
So
we need to add
we need to
that.
change.
Yeah,
Depending on the direction we're going.
that's why I asked.
Yeah.
I mean, the agenda item, from the, Aaron, you drafted, is, resolution to influence the redistricting task force. I mean, that's kind of shorthand and simplistic and doesn't sort of cover the waterfront of the discussion we're having tonight. So I don't see any reason, I mean, if folks are uncomfortable with sending this number 2 to the task force, I mean, I certainly have no problem.
I just want to
with
be
that.
clear of the
Yeah.
marching orders
Yeah.
and not making assumptions about anything.
Thumbs on sending one, but not two to the redistricting task force.
Yeah.
You would probably, I think it would be cleaner to make an amendment to the motion that's on the floor. And then vote on that amendment, and then vote on that motion as amended.
How
It
do you
feels
want
too
the
important
motion
to
to
do that.
The motion, Barb, could you please read the motion that's currently out again?
Board approves the resolution as stated in point number 2 of the document.
Okay, so the amendment would just be who it's directed to,
Yeah.
right?
With the motion.
So the amendment.
I mean, I'm getting lost in process now.
Yeah.
Me too, my head's spinning. You should be sent to the task
But
force.
there's nothing in either resolution about sending anything to anybody. It's just it's a resolution that sits out there, and that's the resolution. If we decide we want to send it to the task force, great. If not,
And the motion doesn't say anything.
it doesn't, the motion doesn't say anything about sending.
So I guess
So I think.
I'm
So we
gonna,
just
I'm
vote on
just
making
gonna hold,
nothing from here.
just like, hold on one second, because I need to digest what you just said. because we've spent 3 meetings now talking about this. For what I interpreted was me to send on behalf of our board to the redistricting task
Correct.
force. Correct.
Correct.
That is not what Brett
Well,
just
no,
said.
we're not, we've never talked about sending anything to anybody, but making, sort of, articulating sort of a resolution committing to, local control over, any restructuring, and that's tailored to our community. I have never even thought about, sort of, printing it out, putting it in an envelope and licking a stamp. That hasn't really been part of the discussion at all, in my view.
I'm gonna disagree a little bit, only because I feel like the first time it was brought up, that was the intent, was to send it to him, and there was a timeline because of the work was starting.
Yeah, to make it, right, okay, all right.
Yeah, so,
I get
But I
that.
think,
Yeah.
I think we cleanly severed one and two.
yeah, so if
So like we've done
we
that.
don't.
Right.
want
One
to
still
send-
goes, we're very happy with that, we all
Right.
voted on it.
Right.
We can congratulate ourselves on a hard conversation that led somewhere. And it can go to the redistricting.
Yeah.
And then we're all right now in agreement that the second one
Is
isn't that same thing
floating in.
anymore. It's been pulled apart from that
That's fine.
precisely for this reason, so we don't have to send
Right,
it.
right.
And we can get consensus from the board that yes, to our community, we want to tell you this. But we're not really in a position where we're confident that that's the recommendation we're sending beyond at this moment.
So
So-
then we can just vote on it as it
As
is
it-
on the floor right now.
And you just don't have to do anything that beyond the commitment. to-
Yeah, that's fine.
The only other thing was last time we questioned the 2023 date, did you confirm that that was indeed when this commitment was done? Cause that was the only other thing we had a note of, and does it matter?
It's
to have
gonna-
that
it's
date?
gonna-
Okay, I just wanted to make sure
Yeah,
before we
it's-
wrote it down that that was what we wanted it to say, and that was the date.
Yeah, actually, Patrick had asked that question.
Right.
Last time.
I know. Cause other than that, I think we're set to vote.
Well, 22 would have been when the merger vote was taken, so.
So
Probably.
The year you're going for it.
it was
Yes, we should
21.
make sure that.
Yeah.
it's correct.
I mean,
So-
can I offer a friendly amendment just to get rid of the year?
Just get rid of the year.
Commitment
That's
to the town.
really what I
Nobody
was.
cares what year it was.
One-
Second.
So that's a
There's no
friendly
need to
amendment.
second. There's no need to amend anything. That's just, we were still in discussion, so we can take that out. There's no need to
Okay.
amend anything. Okay,
And perhaps in fairness to Aaron, in the absence of any direction from the board on who specifically to disseminate this to or not, does it just exist in the minutes and it's not distributed anywhere? Because I think that to leave it to Aaron to decide in the absence of something from clarity from this board about to distribute, sort of acknowledge that that's where it sits right now.
Man, my head's hurting.
mine too.
Because, the board is proposed, they're gonna have, we're gonna have a vote on this second part of the resolution.
Yes,
And I just would assume that there would be some place on the webpage where that a resolution is recorded. Some sort of official act of the board. I don't know where that would be, but if you pass a resolution, it's an official document. And people can do with it or think about it however they want.
You can also talk about it at our next community engagement. Too, of how we wanna disseminate it. If we can take some of the pressure off of you.
well, I just, in my brain, I thought the whole point was to influence the discussion at the table of the districting task force.
agree.
And so to go back now and say, actually, that wasn't our intent, we're just gonna hold on to this. We just pushed for 3 meetings to
We're
come
talking
up
about
with language.
We're talking about the second one.
Yeah, that was part of the first one too, right? And so just, I wanna be really clear about. If the first one is being sent, fine, I can do that. The second one isn't, right? Those are already separated, fine. Just, I want to know so that I'm not making that choice on behalf of all of you without.
I thought Meredith had a good suggestion on that. I think community engagement committee decide what to do with that.
So that's an October though.
Yeah.
Well, it's in the, it's in the minutes though, so it's public.
Yeah, it should be.
It's public
That was my only
documents.
point, like,
Yeah.
is that, I mean, in the absence of clear direction from this board, it exists in the minutes and it is a public document and it.
However anybody
It's
wants to
viewed the
use it.
same way every other official document that's come from this
Also,
board is.
don't we do board highlights, where we kind of talk about
Yeah.
things that we talked about in the meeting? Like, this feels like this is something that took up a substantial amount of our discussion. That's probably part of a board highlight. But I don't see it as any different than any other motions that we pass. In that we tell the community, this is the work that we've been doing, and this is the work that we did tonight. I don't think it has to be a special platform.
Yes.
The only thing is that I wonder, is this stating a rationale for number one? Is point number two,
Yeah.
giving the state a rationale for point number one? So how important is it in that context? No,
I mean, I think, you know, it'd be a good idea for, you know, getting back to, I guess, to the point made previously about getting the community buy-in. This might be a tool that the community engagement committee can use or not. But for now, it's a matter of public record in the minutes.
If it passes, we will definitely.
so I think we all agree that it belongs in our community versus at the state.
One other potential friendly amendment, it currently says MASD further resolves, that sort of keeps it connected to something else.
right, yeah.
And just sort of nix that MASD resolves here.
All those in favor of accepting this resolution as it reads?
Could I ask that to be, when we vote, we identify a goal on this motion?
Identify what?
That we
Oh,
identify
by
who's voting?
person? Fine. I mean, all those in favor, okay, so we'll do it by one, so. I haven't done that in a while, I
I
apologize.
apologize.
That's okay. So we're gonna go by each person, so. The motion, the action on the floor is to accept. This resolution, part two, as part of the previous statement. Or how do you vote?
Yes,
Affirmative for
affirmative.
Brad,
Affirmative.
Kristen,
Affirmative.
Barb,
Affirmative.
Kylie,
Affirmative.
Melissa,
Affirmative.
Mike. Justin,
Affirmative.
Meredith,
Mike and Kylie convinced me affirmative.
Liz.
Affirmative.
Was
Great.
convinced me.
It's unanimous.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Liz?
She said affirmative.
Yes.
The motion passes. Okay. Next is an update from finance and facilities.
Yeah, so you have the minutes, and thanks again for such detailed minutes, that really is super helpful for us. I'll just do very quick, start at the easy things, one of the things that came up, and will relate very much to H about additional information needed. For the deciding the educational delivery model, is that we have lots of information, but it's kind of scattered. Through various drives and web pages and inboxes. And that's not a very sustainable solution for us as a board or for the community. So we talked about trying to start a better repository of both financial and staffing information that would be more readily accessible by us and the community at large. And that would really just be taking things that we have and putting them in a place that's easier to get to. So that's on the back of our minds as to how we might do that. We got some updates from Floyd, sorry, about construction projects, things like that. Those are all listed in the minutes, so feel free to look at those. And then the majority of our time was spent looking at the parameters and the flexibility of these early stage models of the FY 27 budget, right? So Patrick and the administration gave to us a first pass, as they often do, much earlier than they normally do. And the earlier we get those projections, the less grounded they are in the actual numbers that will emerge later. And I think it was a really nice strategy that emerged for some conversations to say, great, this is where the administration has put their first pass, but do we put some boundaries on where they think it might go either way? Favorable to our financial challenges or disfavorable. And so what they presented to us was the so-called best and worst case scenario. These, to be clear, were sort of best and worst case that they saw as being feasible, right? And this is purely financial based. And the way that they took this approach was to take the status quo, so not propose any changes, and ask what would that result in the best and worst case scenario for increase in dollars of spending, and also tax rate. And the thing from my perspective, and others from the committee can certainly weigh in if they want more to add, that was really shocking or really eye-opening was that between the best and worst case scenario, there actually isn't a whole lot of wiggle room in terms of educational spending. Right, so just to give you a sense of numbers, in their best case scenario, they're projecting a budget of 36,875,893. And in their worst case scenario, $37,462,040. So we're talking about $500,000 or $600,000 different in spending from best case to worst case of their projections. And while that's like certainly not no money, relative to a $38 million budget, it's actually a pretty small percentage difference. So even though the uncertainty about how much that model would cost to deliver is somewhat small, there's actually a huge range of the uncertainty of the projected tax increase. And again, this gets back to a lament that I and others have had on the board since I've been here, which is so much of this discussion is actually out of our control. So much of the consequences of our actions are actually not the consequence of our actions, but actually the consequences of actions beyond MAUSD. So what do I mean by that? So in the best case scenario, the administration was projecting some variability between towns, but doing nothing between a 5 and 15% tax rate increase. Again, variability across towns. In the worst case, which again is only about $500,000 more education spending, they're projecting anywhere from 16 to 27%. And so we could be double the tax impact for a relatively small increase in spending. And at first that didn't sit all that well with me until I realized that so much of the change in projected tax increase is really not driven by our own educational spending, but is driven by the number of weighted pupils that are enrolled in the district, right? That comes into our per pupil spending. So whether we have more or fewer is going to make a big impact in the bottom line. And perhaps most telling, given last year, is whether or not there'll be one-time funds from Montpelier to offset some of these tax increases. So the number last year was 120 million, was that?
118.
118, sorry. 500,000, 2 million, apparently I'm not very good with the details. Something like $118 million that Montpelier committed to help reduce the tax burden on taxpayers. There's complete uncertainty, I would say, as to whether or not we'll see something like that again, or whether there'll be no contribution. And that's where most of the tax impact, at least in these projections, is felt, right? The number of students, how much money Montpelier puts in, that's the thing that's really driving what our taxpayers will see in relation to our budget. So on the one hand, I think it gave us, or at least gave me, I don't want to speak on behalf of the committee, a little bit more confidence in that the estimates for what this educational model would cost are relatively fixed, again, some small wiggle room. But it does highlight the real challenge that we have, which is finding a top line spending value that we control that still matches up once all the adjustments from Montpelier and whether they be one time or not, that actually hits the budget of our taxpayers. And I think that's going to be really where we struggle or have face challenges, is how do you match those to end up with nice educational delivery, but that taxpayers are willing to support. And we didn't have anything other than those parameters. So that's where that discussion ended. Yeah.
So you gave a good description of, and especially about the assumptions, things like that. The only thing I'd add to that is that even though, 500,000 or something doesn't seem like a huge amount of money in terms of the total budget, every little bit helps in terms of trying to figure out how you can get sufficient savings. The target apparently is 3 million or something. And so every little bit is gonna help. There might be a whole bunch of different pieces that allow you to get to 3 million. And so even though in the grand scheme of things in the budget, it isn't a huge amount. I think it's important still to know that, because if you're trying to construct an alternative to some of the options that are on the table, well, you might be able to have to piece together a bunch of different things. So, but you're absolutely right.
So that was mostly what we spent that time chatting about. I don't know if there are questions or clarification. Again, we've got fantastic minutes taken, and it really helps. So, yeah. Yeah. No, thanks.
Policy governance update.
All right, let's see, we updated a few more policies based on the VISBA update. So hopefully by the time next board meeting comes, we'll be able to warn it and be able to get the updated policies into the mix. We added a new policy, a selection of library materials. That was something that came out, what, in June, like towards the end of the year?
It's due July 1st.
July 1st,
Yep.
and so, the next business meeting, we'll probably end up seeing, 1, 2, 3, 4 policies just to review, to look at, have questions. They're all, mandatory based on VISBA or VSBA. And then we started to dive into the ends policy and what that all looks like. And I think later on today, we're gonna discuss that a little bit further. See that on the agenda.
I don't.
Oh, the psych education and political.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But that is something well.
Yeah, so we just started talking about the ends policy and, what that all looks like, and coming up with a new strategic plan. Or the ends policy forms the strategic plan for the admin staff.
Yep.
So kind of a big lift. And yeah. Anything here?
What was the thing we reviewed? We reviewed the ownership linkage plan, edits that community engagement had sent, and that all looks fine. So we can.
I was
Okay.
by myself.
No, but other than that, yeah, it's just a lot of the same track changes in all the policies and keeping them up to date. Okay, update from community engagement.
Okay, so we had a really busy, really productive meeting. We started by discussing what we wanted our role to be as we explored these 7 educational delivery models. And we came up with a couple of things that we want to explore doing. Some considerations are, we want to be careful. We want to make sure that the information that we're presenting to our towns is accurate. And we know that we've got one shot, and if we do it wrong, then we can't undo that. So the first thing that we discussed was a survey that we would like to send out via Front Porch Forum and possibly some other avenues as well, like QR codes in town buildings, maybe a Pendo alert on the website, maybe even sending it out to students. But if it's okay with the board, I would like to read it and get your feedback so that we can send it out at our next meeting, if that's okay, Erin.
We didn't warn an action on that, so if you want
It's just a discussion.
About that idea, that's fine.
And we don't even need that. It's just we just want feedback and we'll,
Okay.
that's okay, just to discuss it.
So we go back to another meeting.
I guess so, yeah, if there's something that needs amending or tweaking, yep.
Wait, hold on. The Community Engagement Committee has a survey that we want to put out, but we want feedback on the language before we put it out, which we were gonna vote on at our next community engagement meeting, if we want to send it out or not. We not do that? Yes,
Do we check with the board if we can send it out?
can we send out a survey? as a community engagement committee?
If it's within your parameters of your charge, then you can do those things, right? If it feels like it's outside of the parameters,
So under general charge, which we voted on earlier today, it says organize and facilitate forums, surveys, and other outreach activities to solicit community feedback.
Can we do something like what we did with the resolution
Yeah.
through you?
yeah,
Cause
I think,
I'd love to see some sort of proposed survey and have an
Yeah.
opportunity to comment on it.
yeah, I think that feels appropriate, right? And
Yeah,
so so it's a yes and no.
Okay,
So yes, like that is within your charge, but it sounds like you're curious for feedback. And so what we've done is say, submit it to me for distribution and feedback gathering to then bring back to community engagement.
okay, so we can't discuss the survey at this meeting.
You can read it out loud, but it sounds like the board would like time to digest and offer meaningful feedback.
I mean, we'll see it anyway.
yeah, that was my takeaway from our meeting, is that was what we were seeking their feedback, and we weren't gonna send anything out until after their input was collected.
Right, I thought that we would be collecting their input here at this meeting. I didn't realize that that wasn't something that we could do.
If that is something you're interested in doing in the future, just for everybody's sake, it'd be important to give me that information prior to the day before. Do it like 2 weeks in advance of a meeting or as soon as you can, right? So at your last meeting, it's
Well, our meeting was a week ago.
a week, yeah, right. That's fine, because our agenda just went up. But I'm saying it needs to make the agenda if it's something that you're planning on discussing and taking action on.
And I did email you like 6 days ago asking to put the survey on the agenda.
I'm sorry, I did not see that. And so it did not make the agenda.
It did not
And
make the
that's-
agenda.
And that's my fault then, that I did not see that. But because it didn't, can we take the other route?
Sure.
Okay, which would just be, you sent me, I sent to them, they give me feedback, I give it back to you. That doesn't mean you can't action it at your next meeting.
Yeah.
That just means I didn't put your thing on, I didn't see it.
Okay.
So I apologize about that.
You know, I just,
All right, we're flooding there.
I'm just very,
and just in the comments of the discussion, I love this approach, and I think it just wanted to throw out just a question about the timeline, and we're gonna talk about timeline next as well, but whether or not we might want to get that survey out before we meet to talk about options, so we have some community feedback before, or whether you intend to see that survey go out after we kind of do, as a board, a more in-depth dive into that. I don't know whether you wanted to like inform our discussion,
Okay.
or be more of a response.
I reframe what I would like the CEC update to look like. Sure. Okay, we have this exact language of the survey in our minutes. I would like to read it to the board now, so you can get understanding of what the survey is, and I think it might inform the discussion moving forward. So, is that okay? Can I read it? So this is what it says. It's in the minutes if you want to follow along. The state is working on reforming educational delivery, governance, and systems. Do you want to be part of the plan? In order to maintain the status quo in MAUSD, we are facing significant tax increases. Two major drivers are annual double-digit health insurance increases and the yield, which can be unpredictable and is applied after budgets pass. Some options we are considering include closing schools. What is important to you? What do you need to know to make decisions? So we are not pushing any agenda. We are not recommending any options. We are not even explaining what the options are. We're just asking the community members what's important to them so that we can have that information moving forward with discussions. So what I was hoping to do was ask for feedback on that, but totally cool to send it out later and get written feedback via email with Erin if that's what the board wants to do.
Just as a general practice, it's real hard. Especially before when we didn't have committees, we would often have the situation where it'd be a document that the board as a whole had to kind of consider while we're sitting around a table late at night, and it's getting to be 8:45, and the work product wasn't always good, so that's why.
Yeah,
I
get it.
Kind of do it the other way.
Yeah, and if I pop it and put it on there, we wouldn't be in this position either. So that's my problem, but
All good, no worries.
So. Meredith, it's hard to do this kind of thing. But it sounds, I mean, there's a couple of ways I guess you go about doing this. One is, like you said, have some very general questions and ask the community what they think. I've done that before. The other way to go about it is to try to get some meat on it. I mean, is the survey going to talk about any of the options at all?
Yeah.
I think.
Let's see what that says.
What's that?
Yeah, I'll send it out.
Let's,
Or
yeah,
Aaron will
let's-
send it out.
Okay.
look what
Yep.
it says.
We also realized that there was information that we would humbly like the Finance and Facilities Committee to put together for us. Knowing that we are gonna send out this survey, we did all commit to going to select board meeting, and we are going to talk about planning an in-person discussion at our next CEC meeting. We felt that we would like a one-page info sheet on the 7 options, as well as a slide deck that we can present to the select boards. We'd also like an understanding of what level of detail could be shared with the public, such as the Excel spreadsheet with the staffing changes. Info on how each model will affect outcomes for students, i.e. the pros and cons of each. The timeline of what is being shared with staff, which we have, that's gonna be on October 2nd. And options for implementation timeline. So that is what we as a CEC said we felt we needed in order to present to select boards and host an in-person event. What is the best way to go about getting that information from the Finance and Facilities Committee?
Well, that's kind of like your deeper dive as you get more information and compile it.
Right.
And it makes sense to put that sort of thing together.
Yeah,
For you
I think
guys.
ultimately we're gonna need this in some form or another. But my initial reaction is, and I'm gonna sound too much like Patrick, so forgive me, but I don't know what within that you would actually want to see, so a one-page info sheet is great, like, what info do you want? Just costs, projections, like, so the short of it is we're not gonna hash that out right now, I'm sure. I think we're, as a committee, happy to do that and really interested, again, this is part of why we talked about the website compiling information, right? Making this kind of stuff accessible to us as a board in whatever format makes sense. So the short of it is, yes, I think we want to continue to work towards that. The best way to do that is probably chatting offline to get a bit more specificity about what's needed. And then we can figure out like, what do we know in terms of where it's at? What kind of slides do we maybe already have? What would we need to create? And kind of come to some consensus for what would actually be helpful for you that we could do.
Yeah, that
That's
sounds
okay.
great.
So
Thank you
I
so
have a
much.
question.
I appreciate it.
So, that would be about, the 7 options, I guess, right? And hopefully,
Listening.
fine. So if, I'm still working on, and hopefully, I'll get something completed by the end, the next agenda item, some information that try to put together some sort of alternative, and I wanted to know how that would fit into that.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I think the perspective, and please, Barb and Liz and Kristen, tell me if I'm wrong. I think our perspective is we are going out into the community to present these options. And we want to do right by the rest of the board by doing it well. And we felt that this was the information that we needed in order to do it well.
So I guess maybe a little more concrete, when do I have to get an alternative budget proposal to you?
Before the next committee meetings.
And when is that?
What is that?
The 14th, well, that's part of the discussion.
That's part of the discussion.
Next
for
discussion.
tonight.
That's why my
Yeah.
question
Yeah.
about timeline, like,
Yeah.
I think,
Sorry.
so
No, we're-
I think if we have a conversation broadly about the timeline.
Yeah.
First, which is the next agenda item.
Okay,
That's gonna be really helpful for
Yeah.
figuring out like, when does community engagement come in? When do other options come in? When does financial information have to be, collated in a way that's accessible, because if we don't have like the overall timeline, it's very difficult to know when any of these things fit together.
I just want an opportunity to get my.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if this update feels good for right now.
Yes.
Okay, then we can move to the next thing, which I think will clear up some of this fuzziness and then. And get some more meat, right?
Yeah.
So the discussion is a timeline and additional information needed for deciding educational delivery models, right? So this is just the discussion piece about what do we need to do? What's the timeline of events that would need to take place? What kind of considerations need to be made within that? And then there's an action item after that, which gives us latitude to get additional information that are related to options.
Right.
Give or take, whatever that is. I put options that were already presented for that information in share notes, and we'll get to that after. But for now, let's look at what's our timeline. And the additional information needed for working towards deciding on an educational delivery model. Okay, so the timeline of events is really, in my mind, we were thinking about influencing fiscal year 27. Is where we started the discussion for options of delivery. And I think if we work backwards in terms of what would be feasible if we were gonna say we're gonna influence that. And if not, then what's our timeline? Yeah, Liz.
Yeah, is that, I mean, so one thing I was thinking kind of floated is that. If there was a vote in the spring and the vote was on a budget for a full year. Well, they say if there were a vote for a school closure on the spring vote. But the budget we were voting on that day was for 5 towns to be open, thus giving that full year of planning to do it really well. Do the work really well, and in that fall, we could start planning a budget if they were approved for school closure. Start planning a budget and talking about what it would look like for implementation the following year. Does that?
So it'd be like 2 parts.
Right, so you're voting on a year of it being the same in planning. And I don't know if that's more meaningful, right? Like, I don't know if it's meaningful to have a whole year of that, or if it's, you're planning cross-school functions and doing, I don't know what that looks like for you guys.
Yeah.
On your end, but.
So if I'm hearing you right, it'd be like, we would choose by this upcoming town meeting day, what kind of educational model we were looking for. Have a vote on whatever circumstances needed to be made to make that true, and then have the implementation date of 28. If that was feasible.
Which does leave so what do we do to mitigate 27?
Right.
And we'd have to figure that out if the action doesn't mitigate 27, and it's a little hard not knowing what the change would be to talk about, could we pull it off in short window or not? If we're talking about a pretty substantial change structurally, to have basically May and June to do it, because it's really into part of April before the 30-day window after a vote has occurred to be certified and know that it's locked in stone. Like, so it does crunch the timeline to affect change for FY 27 with such a late spring knowledge of what are we actually going to do. That's a reality. So that year plus would help with implementing, in particular, really substantial change. And we'd still have to somehow make an FY 27 budget work.
Yeah, and perhaps a 2028 budget too, if
Right.
it's a pretty radical change that's gonna take more than the 7 or 8 months, I guess, you would have after the vote.
Right.
I think there's a lot in favor of what Liz is suggesting. It dovetails with a little bit of my concept of what you really would need to do to present to the community in a non-threatening way, right? An option that might include closing a school. And if you remember, I tried to talk before about one of the big issues for communities is gonna be, hey, is my student gonna be better off? Right? I mean, there are the fiscal issues. I mean, those are really important. But there's also a really important issue around, okay, if you're gonna move my kid from this school to that school, they're gonna be okay, right? So I just want to make sure, and maybe you can do it. I just want to make sure that those kinds of consideration, that can be part of that process. Because you probably want some of that before you get a vote, right? And it still seems kind of rough to figure out how you could gauge everyone with that information, you know, where we get, so, where we get change, it has to go. When, I mean, you need a decision, right, from the board on an option, I guess, right? And then you'd have to develop materials around fiscal issues and community issues, educational issues in time for the vote, right? I'm just not sure if you have time, but.
But you know, it's tough because, you know, when, if we agree that the 2027 budget has to be put together kind of the way the 26 and 25 budgets were put together. If I remember correctly, putting together the 2026 budget was a full-time job. So now, we still have to do that for 2027, and we have to look at the other delivery models. So I guess we have more than 2 meetings a month.
And we, so maybe just a modified version of that is, we're thinking of town meeting as, well, you got out of vote, right? So, and we're thinking of town meeting, but, you know, maybe it might give ourselves a little more wiggle room on, you could call a special meeting, right? And give yourself an opportunity to develop our FY 27 budget, as well as do the job that I think, you know, you need to do in order to actually be able to talk to the community about what they, you know, what they're gonna vote on. So I'm just saying, maybe have a budget vote for FY 27 in March town meeting, but maybe then a different vote with the kind of information that I think you need at a separate time.
I'm just gonna say, co-option, I think this all makes sense if there's a reasonable temporary stopgap at FY 27.
All right,
Yeah.
all right.
And if we can't find something that's reasonable there without some sort of structural change, whatever that is, like, then we're in a pickle. Like, it's all wonderful to buy more time, but if you don't have more time to buy, so knowing how that is looking will be useful. And then the other thing that I'll just throw out there is, you know, I think, you know, this work does take time, and we want to really be cognizant of scheduling this and really making sure we have the information we need as we're pushing. So one of the things that we had bounced around as a part of agenda planning was thinking about our next meeting, which was supposed to be October 14th for subcommittees. Wondering if it might make sense for that actually to be a full board meeting dedicated to talking about the options. Dedicated to talking about financial information that we have. That gives us an entire month here to prepare additional options, to prepare additional information that we might have. Maybe to get some community feedback either before or at that meeting. We have information from administration about those models that like really have a chance by next month to have the ability to go from 7 to at least more of an understanding of what those 7 are.
I fully support that and just want to give a caveat that event planning is like really hard and really time consuming. So if we could just dedicate some time during that meeting to at least talk about how we're gonna get input from the community and how we're gonna give information to the community. I think that many would.
Maybe have a third meeting.
Sure.
You
Exactly.
know, keep the October 14th meeting for the committees. And then have another one on the 18th or some other date that we all can agree
I
on.
think this could also
Is
work.
that, you'll get short shrifted on if we do it in the same meeting, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that, but it just sort of felt like if we didn't get something in the next month, for example, to start talking about these possibilities, even to have the stopgap FY 27, right? Like if we're already into October,
Yeah,
And we need
Right.
probably by December
Yeah.
to have, maybe even the early, like before that, we need at least what we think we're going with. So we at least have a couple of months to refine it as we've done in the past.
Right.
Like if we kick this can any longer than early next month, like, I don't know what we do.
Right.
But I'm also cognizant that we're a little worried to go too quick, so we don't have opportunity to explore some of the other options. So it sort of felt like maybe giving ourselves this month to say like, this is the time to at least get some of that together. Then gives us a chance to maybe meet this FY 27 budget, whatever it might be. Those are.
Our October board meeting's not to the end of the month, right?
Exactly, that was what we saw with the agenda. I was like, if we don't do anything, I don't think we meet as a full board till like
Like 6 or.
20 something of October.
What if we have one at the beginning of the month? 6 weeks between today and our next board meeting.
The 28th, I think, yeah.
What is the before committee meetings even, because that would inform what our committees might do, so like maybe the first week of October.
Do we want this survey information before we meet? Because I think it might be helpful to have some committee input, in which case. What do we want to do about that?
That's exactly right. I just like too early question from earlier today, right? I don't know if you want this before that meeting so that we can take that in and have that as part of our discussion. Or whether it's really useful for us to have an in-depth discussion of these models that then we can share with the community so that then they can respond. I guess it's really a matter of what level of feedback we're searching for. If it's broad strokes, then yeah, I think we probably want that before. If it's directed feedback on some of the things that we've been like mulling over, then I don't know if the community is gonna have the information they need now to give that kind of feedback.
So the survey that we discussed. And it's in the minutes about the CEC meeting, it just asks what's important to you. And something that I've heard several board members bring up multiple times is that it's hard to discuss. Which options we're most in support of without having any community feedback. So I guess, is there any way the CEC could get feedback from the board on the survey language and discuss it together and align and send it out without a separate meeting, or are we violating the open meeting law in doing that?
You get the feedback
We can
and,
get the feedback.
and then given to you.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, I would think if you guys could have a quick meeting sometime before the 14th.
Yeah,
Makes some sense to me.
yeah, right. So if we can get,
Barb and Kristen, would you be okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. So I think as far as a timeline for our survey, and guys, I'm so sorry. I know I'm thinking so small, and this is one small piece of a giant thing that we're doing. So if this is wasting time and I'm being annoying, please tell me, but
Where do you get to my end?
maybe what we can do is I can send the survey language out tonight. You guys can, sorry. You all can have a week to provide feedback, and then maybe CEC next Friday, we can have an emergency meeting to just align on the survey. Like really quick, 15 minutes, and decide if we want to send it out.
I think as long as we have enough time to properly warn it. Your meeting.
48 hours is all you need to,
For an emergency or a special.
if then, I don't know that it would quite
Get it.
meet the threshold for
Yeah.
emergency, in which case you don't, it's just as much notice as you can give. Special probably is okay, in which case it's 24 hours, or just a regular one meeting's 48 hours, so those are sort of. It's not a high bar to hit, even just 2 days notice.
So I'm gonna give Aaron the exact language of the survey tonight, which is no. My bad. September 16th. The board is gonna have until September 23rd. To give me feedback on the survey language. And then the CEC will have a special meeting. On September 25th. It's it, thank you.
That's good.
All right, thank you. I will. Let us talk about more important things in our survey.
No, we're talking about financial information.
And then just to follow the thread, just to make sure we're, then you send it out on the 26th perhaps, or the 27th, or like. And then you're giving the community a week.
Well, then it would just be open
Yeah.
until we meet, right? Like, there's no real reason to deadline it.
Sure, I guess I'm just trying to say. Do we think we'll be having the capacity in that week to collect community responses and bring them to that early October meeting in a capacity that can help us.
We haven't got that far, but I am pretty good at this, so I'm thinking
Great.
we could,
If that timeline works, I'm super happy. I just wanted to make sure we like.
So they have up to 2 weeks, and as Aaron said, it'd be open.
Yeah.
So that we might hopefully want something.
That sounds fun.
I think we were concerned about doing it after the teachers were.
Yes.
the teachers are gonna know on October 2nd on their in-service day.
Right, so as long as it's after October 2nd.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. We'll send it out on October 3rd. That's 11 days.
And really, like, so, again, it doesn't have to be finite, right? Like, so by October 14th, here's what we heard. And also, right? So it's just, it can be a rolling thing, it doesn't have to be, to be iterative and be part of the discussion as we go forward. So I don't wanna limit your scope, right? Like, yes, and that's how other community engagement surveys have been. It's been open-ended like that, so.
Thank
It's
you all
okay.
so much. I so appreciate your input and your guidance. Thank you. It's been very helpful.
Way to go.
So
Thanks.
in terms of the timeline, so it sounds like what the board has said, so October 14th feels good for full board meeting. Go through options, perhaps have other options at that time, depending on what goes on. To really walk through. So say we do that. It feels like what we've said is that we need some sort of plan for fiscal year 27 to materialize by the end of October. If not, at least have a really good plan to get there, right? Because at least by November, we have to start setting a target to get to. Okay. So.
What's the December, you said a set tentative budget or something?
Usually by November, we're giving a target, right, of a budget.
Typically, actually, October is the
Oh.
target and then November is the first draft. So back in the day, the very first budget you ever saw was November and it was based on, well, we would do a preliminary in October to say, if you change nothing, here's what the reality looks like it would be. And with that information, you could then set an informed budget target. We'd go back and kind of then give you your first draft relative to your target in the November meeting. And January 13th on our timeline is the meeting where you would need to adopt a budget to be able to warn it in time for the annual meeting.
So what's happening on the 14th again? I mean, what's the plan for what would happen on the 14th?
The 14th would be a full board meeting to go through options in with a really fine lens. So all the financial information, anything from this meeting that we say would be helpful for additional would be there.
And what would be the decisions that would be trying to make on the 14th?
I think it's not as much of a decision point then as it is an opportunity to put it all out on the table to say, here's really what we're looking at, right? And be really objective about that. Because we haven't done that, right? And so if we're going through this process of figuring out what feels good and what we agree is best for our communities, we have to dig through that. We can't, right? And have the opportunity to put other things out there. In the meantime, though, as we're doing that, it sounds like by end of October, we also need to have an idea of what does our budget presentation look like for fiscal year 27. And so it might be during that time that we're thinking about that as well.
And just to be clear, so by the end of, so when you're talking about FY 27, you're not talking about, to Liz's point, I think, and to other people's point, you're not talking about constructing an FY 27 budget that relies on, design, how facilities gonna work.
It doesn't sound like that's what this board has said it wants to do,
Okay.
but to be clear, yeah.
Yeah, I would just clarify that I agree with Mike that when we see the numbers and see how it plays out and the impact on education. I'm not saying that that's necessarily the best route. I just am saying as an option and the number of options that we would be looking at and considering. I do feel like I'd almost with survey fatigue, part of me wants to, after the 14th, when we get down to a couple of options. Maybe it's more important to send 3 choices out to the community. right, with the details or something, right, or 7 or whatever, you're like sending that out and being like, what do you think between these? Here's a link to get more details about it. So I wonder where we do want feedback. Because a lot of times the community has asked, well, could you give us 3 buckets? You know, and let us pick which one looks most desirable for us. A lot of times it was 3. So I kind of wonder if that would be the survey to run and push. If we're gonna do that on the 14th, and I'm very open-minded still to the idea that. Well, say we could pass something that was needed to really have a positive impact in 27, but also, what if we, it depends on what it looks like, and we have to, no matter what, have a plan where if. Right, if we had a big change and it wasn't approved by our communities, we'd have to have that plan for what it would look like with all the buildings open, so that's a tremendous amount of work, obviously, for you guys, but. That would be some of the things we would think more about on the 14th, probably.
I mean, that would be good, but the problem, I think, big problem is that in October, we're not gonna know. We're gonna have a disaster of a budget in October because we don't know all the various other factors that aren't gonna come into play until December. So I guess you'd have to say, okay, here's 3 buckets. If everything is really bad in 3 months, which one would you like? I mean, I don't know how you.
That's why I liked your idea of this, of trying to separate FY 27 and FY 28.
I mean, I think it's ideal, but,
Well, I guess,
I'm not fully in there until I've really learned more about what it would look like next year. I just think it's an option that we could be flexible. I think it would be ideal to have that space, that's all. But I haven't listened enough to your committee meetings, I'm sorry.
So Liz, is a clarifying question, is that another survey or is that?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm wondering is which one should we really be focused on, and I don't know, maybe and that's a CEC conversation, I guess,
Well,
right?
it comes back to the survey.
Sorry.
One other footnote, and I'm not sure what the answer is to this, but we kind of handicapped ourselves, year before last when we lost the first budget vote, because we kind of had a couple of things that were warned or that were up for a vote, and I think one influenced the other.
Yeah.
So I think, again, I don't know what the answer is, but if we have a vote next March on the 27 budget and a restructuring for 2028, that may or may not be a good idea. We might want to have a vote on the 2027 budget, then have a separate vote
I think that's a really good point.
down the road.
Yeah.
Maybe even a couple of months. I mean, just to have them on the same
Yeah.
ballot might be a problem. Again, I just raising that.
Even as separate articles, but presented at the same time, I think when we did that, to your point, I think it was not I don't think it did us any, it was more of a disservice than it was a positive impact, because I think people felt a little bristled, like, oh, you want to spend all this money and you want to have this huge budget, so I think that's an excellent point. I think we need to separate the two.
I would just caution, like, maybe we should see where we're at, like.
Oh, yeah.
Let me give
Yeah.
a scenario.
Sure.
I
Right.
fully agree with you, but the scenario could be, part of the way that we make FY 27 work is a bigger increase in taxes.
Mhm.
But if that bigger increase in taxes is voted on at the same time for a long-term solution that a year later would allow restructuring and reduction of taxes, taxpayers might be willing
Yeah.
to shoulder a little bit more, knowing that what they're doing is ensuring the long-term stability of the district.
Right. That's the other side of the coin.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So I'm
yeah,
not
so-
saying we're
yeah,
gonna be there by
right,
any
right.
means.
Yeah,
I fully agree that we should just be cognizant of
Yeah.
possible perceptions.
there's 2
and weigh them.
sides, yeah.
Exactly.
Can I ask an unbelievably dumb question?
Yeah, of course. No.
Not my first one tonight.
I've never heard you ask an unbelievably dumb question.
No, you've
So,
heard me ask several times. Can we just pull like $500,000 out of our general fund to offset taxes this year while knowing we're gonna make big structural changes for FY 28?
Or reserves, perhaps.
Thank you, that's what I meant.
That kind of gets at, I think, Mike's point earlier. I think the challenge is building FY 27 in a vacuum without being in the context of a direction we're going in the future is risky. Building FY 27 in the context of at least a sense of direction where the board wants to go, we won't necessarily know what direction the community supports yet, if there's a vote to come from that. But I think decisions you make in building FY 27 are going to impact FY 28. So if you choose to use reserve funds to buy down the tax rate, to buy time basically to make decisions about ultimately where we're gonna land, that can be a really effective strategy. If we just apply one-time funds without any sense of direction, we've only dug ourselves a deeper hole for FY 28. And so it feels like it would be to your advantage to make that decision with some sense of direction from the board, knowing there's a process to play out.
It's a great point.
And then we also don't know what the redistricting committee is gonna dish out, so. I think we need to keep that in mind with everything. I mean, that's like the grain of salt, big honking one.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot, I mean, I understand what you're talking about, there might be plus, but I think there's a lot in favor of separating those two questions. On March, you know, what are you gonna put before the voters in March? It's not just, you know, how they might affect each other. It's also, are you gonna have enough time to really do the kind of process to, if you wanna make a case to close schools, there's a lot of stuff you're gonna need to do. And you might not, you know, it might be better to push it off to the spring or something when you have some better information, you have a chance to develop that. I'm not suggesting that. You might have put yourself in a better position on one of those options. If you had more time, frankly, and more information. So where are you at then?
So it sounds like what I'm hearing is that. A little bit of two things that are a little. Tangent, like divergent, right? Like, so we have October 14th for sure, we'll present options, we'll get some additional information, we'll figure out a way to. Send some of that out into the community, maybe with feedback, maybe with not, right? And we can talk about that at the 14th. Then it feels important by the end of October to at least have some sort of budget target idea. And hopefully with that budget target, be really thinking about what is gonna be influential for fiscal year 28, even if that's in absence of a fully developed idea about where we're headed. So whatever that means, so if it means that in our October 26th meeting, we are getting back into these options to help inform a budget target, then that's what we do.
Come again?
So I'm hearing two things. I'm hearing it's gonna be really difficult to make a decision about what fiscal year 27 is gonna look like
Right.
in absence of an idea about what fiscal 28 might look like. So in order to create a budget target that makes any good sense for fiscal year 27, it might be that on that second board meeting of October, that we're going back through options to sort of figure out which direction we're leaning toward to help inform 27 to move toward 28.
I think that works as long as what we're deciding on at the end of October 27th, I think he's done. Is more visionary or directional as opposed to specific.
I think that's the,
Because I think if it's too specific and, okay, we're gonna do this or that. Then you're getting the cart before the horse and you might squirrel what you want, the community, right?
Yep.
Cause you haven't done the prep work for that.
Yep, I think that's right. I think that's the idea, is to have a direction. It might not be a fully fledged direction, right, where it's got specifics and details. But in absence of that, it'll be the vacuum situation, right? We'll just have a budget that we think is gonna work, and vacuum in October anyway, because we don't have any information
Yeah.
about anything.
Yeah.
Right?
Alright.
So we're really just like
Alright.
this,
So,
saying we're making a good choice, so.
Including about whether you'll exist.
So there's just a lot of information missing, but
right, and it might not be, you know, when you're talking about directional, it might not be one choice.
correct.
It might be, I mean, you might want to keep your bit of flexibility in terms of what direction you're going.
I think we,
I don't know.
no, I think we have to, because to the points we made earlier, say one town says no to an option. Right? And so then we're falling back into a second one. I think that's been true all along when we've been talking about options, is we're gonna have to be multifaceted. So even if the direction is, one direction is our top choice would be X and our secondary choice is Y, and we're still working within that, and it makes sense for one step to be fiscal year 27, this is what it looks like. And it gives us that breathing room to flesh it out more, right? I think that's where we're at. Because there's just too many, there's a lot of variables.
Yeah, and the legislative session is, they usually, the good thing is that they usually adjourn fairly early in the second year of beginning, because they want to start campaigns. They might adjourn.
You say that, Herb, and then we don't get information till February.
One of the things to keep in mind in terms of whether it's your primary, secondary, tertiary option, you'll have to have an option ready to go that you know you have authority to enact. If your primary option requires community action to support it, and your backup plan requires community action to support it, you have to be prepared if neither one gets support. You have to have something you know you can enact.
Does it feel clear?
I think it's
I liked what you said,
it's gonna keep.
you know, a minute, half a minute ago, sir. You know, the way you were describing it, sounded good to me. In other words, we're getting a lot of information on the 14th.
Yeah.
Both on these options and an alternative.
Yeah.
And it'll come, and then the next meeting, a week after that, we'll try to get some direct. We'll be doing two things. One is we're gonna start working on the FY 26 budget, and at the same time, trying to give some direction to what we wanna do. 2020, without being, you know, real concrete or specific, because, well.
Right. We have to have a general
Yeah.
direction. Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay. So now we're gonna move down into the action item then, which is to direct the superintendent to provide additional information related to options for educational delivery, and I need a motion to open that.
So moved.
Meredith first,
Second.
Kristen second. So for discussion, in my chair notes that I sent out was a list of requests that was already baked. So we can start with those.
Can I explain a little bit, Aaron?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you remember on the 26th, I had a request for information. And after that, Meredith, Brad and I met with the administration, we got some information. But then, you know, that didn't go any further. And I was asked to put something together, send to Aaron so we could discuss it at this meeting. Mike, in the meantime, about 15 minutes before I had to send that in, Mike, I got your.
Yeah.
So I had, what, my point is, I got some information from, the meeting with the administration. I got some additional information from Mike. And so I have a lot, I can tell you what information I think I have, so to, you know, we can check some of this stuff off.
Great.
Okay,
Let's
do you
do
want me to
that.
go through that?
Mhm.
Is that okay?
Sure is.
But where's my note? My notes. Well, number one is just, you know, getting back to Mike's point about the assumptions. I know it's not a huge thing, but it'd be just for planning purposes, it'd be nice to know, you know, what the assumptions are. I mean, I'm sorry, what the budget would be if you make some different assumptions. And I think that's just a calculation that they have.
So can you just tell me which numbers to cross out? So if you could just like,
Oh, okay, sure.
you know
Yeah,
what I
I'll do
mean?
that.
Like,
I'll
so
do that.
1, I don't need, 2, I do need,
Yeah, okay. 1 I need,
okay?
2. Well, the first, it says school-based instructional staff detail, and then there's a square. I don't know why they do that. And I have a lot of the FTE stuff from Mike, but
Okay,
it's for fiscal year 25. And it'd be nice to have that updated for fiscal year 26.
okay,
What else? And the same kind of issue for other school-based staff detail. Again, that first square, I got it from Mike, but I need it. It would be nice to have it. I think it would be more useful if I had it for updated for fiscal year 26.
6.
Same deal over in central office detail for the FPEs. I have the information now for FTEs, instructional leadership coordinators. I have the reserve fund information. I'm sure I've seen the facilities plan that would answer the facilities detail. I just need someone to give me a link to that.
So facilities detail, you feel like you have, if you
No,
get a
I
link?
don't. I mean, I
Oh,
know,
you
I'm
need a
sure
link?
it's been, I'm sure it's been sent to me, but I can't find it.
Okay,
So the other things, I think would be helpful. I don't think they're huge lift. But they're things that frankly, I think would be, if we're gonna be thinking about FY 27, some of that stuff I think is gonna be helpful. And there are also some things that I'm thinking will be helpful if I wanna, put something together for the 14th for everybody.
Okay.
Oh, how far in advance of the 14th do you want me to send these up? You know what I mean?
how far in advance of the 14th for a proposal that you're
Yeah.
offering?
Yeah, and I'll say,
So we typically send out an agenda like 7 days in, 5 to 7 days in advance.
super,
That would be great.
that'd be fun.
So
So,
if there's any, like, if you need, what I'm envisioning is that there will be some sort of PowerPoint presentation that will go over the options is sort of what I'm envisioning happening, which is what we typically do with financial information and things like that. If you're not that fancy, that's cool. Just let us know how to present it.
I'll send you a document.
Okay. So this is a list that clearly Herb generated, right? That came from Herb, so.
It's narrow, it's a lot more narrow than it was.
And if this information can be offered or found in other places that's quick to give to Herb, like, let's do that. If there are additions or subtractions to this list that the board wants to offer, let's do that. And then we'll just vote on which information we're gonna direct our admin team to.
And I can explain anything, any of the detail if anyone has any questions.
So I feel like I've got a good understanding of what you're gonna do with this information, but maybe just so the board knows what you're doing with it, might be helpful to just restate it. Like your plan to come up with a new proposal.
Oh, I see. It's interesting the way this meeting had, the discussion in this meeting has evolved. It's almost really, setting aside the direction for FY 28. What I'm thinking of is to present something on how we can get through FY 27. I might think about, the future too. And because in my head, when I was asking for this information, I didn't have that point in mind. But that's where I'm getting at.
Thank you.
That's right.
I think the context too of this list could be to project for 28 too, right? If we're thinking. Just in terms of like, if we're saying the additional information that would be helpful for.
Yeah.
All the thinking.
Yeah.
Right?
And I just haven't had a chance to think about that.
But now's the time to put it on the list so that we can have that ready to go. Cause there's small lifts. All of them, but all of them together could be big and we wanna just be really clear about. what we're asking for.
Yeah, and maybe I'll point out a few things in there that. Might be a heavier lift. It's not really a heavier lift, but it's asking some of the districts for similar FTE kind of information. And you know, we've talked about the difficulty in engaging with the other district. But I'm still trying to construct how that could work out to everybody's benefit. So if I had the information relating to their FTEs and courses and things like that, it would be really helpful.
Maybe I'll just jump in. Those are some of the ones I was a little unsure about.
Which one?
Like how many students at Middlebury and Regents Middle School and High School were enrolled in similar courses?
Right.
For each staff category, how many FTEs are employed in
Right.
similar categories? I get the rationale behind that.
Yeah.
I wonder a little bit about our authority to direct Patrick to get that information.
Oh,
In the sense that,
I don't mean it so draconian, you know,
Right, but we-
or authoritative. But I'm sure the districts have that information. And it's sort of just, geez, you know, my board really wants this information, please.
yes, and so I'm just wondering if it might make sense to, if we decide we want to have that information gathered, to change that one to a request that he reach out to those districts to see if it's available. I know it's semantics, but
Yeah.
if we're gonna be clear about saying like, Patrick, this is what we want you to give us, and we give them a directive that he can't fulfill. I want the winning Powerball lottery ticket. It's like, that's not a useful thing for me to tell him to do.
I hear you.
So
I
those
hear
are
you.
a couple that I thought. It's a really big scope, and I understand the rationale.
Yeah.
Is that going to help us collectively inform our understanding? Are we gonna be able to use that information meaningfully?
Yeah.
And if so, collectively as a board, what's the best way to ask for that information in a way that allows Patrick to explore it on our behalf?
Yeah.
Knowing that he might not get it, they might say, oh, like, I don't know.
I mean, if they refuse, what are you gonna do, right? But it has to be a strong request. I mean. I appreciate that some folks don't wanna go there. But unless the request is made with some energy and fervor. I'm worried, Mike, that they'll just say, nah, we don't want it. You know what I mean? I mean, there's ways of requesting. That are more impactful than others.
I guess maybe in this context, I'm not sure why the request coming from Patrick necessarily carries more weight than the request from you as a citizen.
Huh.
Like, could we, like? Is there an
Well,
obligation?
we could make the request as a board. I mean, I think one individual is probably not gonna have a whole lot of leverage in that might, but. On the request to the other districts, if we wanted to make it a board request, that'd be great. If you don't wanna involve Patrick.
Barb, I'm gonna let Liz go first, only because she had her hand up first. But
Hannaford Career Center has what you're looking for in their budget presentation. They have exactly how many kids are in each course, what, all of that.
Okay, that'd be super.
So that would be there. And
what number would that cover, Liz?
that is part of vocational education detail.
So that's for the Hannaford bullet, I think, Liz.
Yeah.
You know, how many students, I mean, how many in West Coast pupil? The bullet above that has to do with in-district.
Yes, it
Okay.
is. And I think if we generally just ask ourselves the pulse on the community of their support technical education for students, I'm not sure that I would support gathering this information at this time. That would, to me, I just don't, so it's hard for me to understand. Is that like, while I realize that the most basic education is what's required and vocational educations are not, I'm a little concerned about that being information that you need, right? Like, it makes me wonder where you're going with that.
Oh,
Cause
Don't-
it's
don't-
so
don't be-
widely
I am a
supported.
huge supporter of tech ed.
Everybody is, so,
Well, I am
Right.
very much.
yeah.
And all I'm trying to figure out is what the difference is between, we basically offer two tech ed programs, right? One is in the district and one is at Hannaford.
But they offered different programs and there's different levels, right? So there's like a level here and then you can go more advanced there. And sometimes it's just like a scheduling problem, right?
Right.
And they're like covering different topics and different levels of different topics. There's a really strong effort made between the two districts to not overlap those programmings. It's
And let me back up with something else. I'm making no implications about any suggestions. I'm really just looking for some data. I think it'd be interesting to know, what we're doing, how much we're paying to Hannaford and how much, what we're paying per student here. I don't know why that would worry anyone. And I don't know what the answer would be. Might be that, geez, we should have more, I don't know, I'm just looking for the information and I think it's reasonable.
So it sounds like the Hannaford Career Center budget presentation might cover a lot of what you're asking for in one bullet.
Yep.
And then how many MAUSD students take courses related to some vocational education would be the second part.
Yeah, because what Mike sent me had FTEs for different categories of teachers stuff. But then when you get it over to the category of tech ed within the district, it doesn't have that same information.
And I'm just going back up to the point that Mike made about staffing and students taking courses. I think that an apples to apples comparison is gonna be really tough. And so I wonder about that a little bit, only because Middlebury is an IB school, right? So just thinking about that sort of holistically, that comparison feels tough. Specifically with that district.
Yeah, especially with the, baccalaureate thing, but they probably still have the courses and enrollment per course in the International Baccalaureate. And they might be different,
Yep, they
but it
are.
would still be helpful.
Okay, they're just gonna look really different. There might not be any correlation.
There might not be, in which case,
And I think
Move
this
on.
information can be found in their presentations as well, their
Could
budget
very well be.
presentation. Yeah.
I just,
Question.
Yeah.
And Patrick, you don't have to answer, if you don't want to, but how comfortable do you feel asking Middlebury and Virgins for that information? Like, is that an easy lift for you, or is that like, we don't do that? I
It's
don't-
less about the lift for me, so I'm thinking about information that's been presented to this board in years past that Shannon has put together around enrollment by course and FTEs, and I have a sense of the hours that took to create. If I use that frame of what my ask is of those districts, they might be well reasoned to say, we have no skin in this, we're not gonna take our staff's time to pull that together for them. Because it likely exists, but it likely exists in a format that makes sense to them and might not make sense to anybody else that's receiving it, so they would have to do some work to put it in, because this is what we did for the board. We took sort of raw data and put it in a format that you could digest. That might be what these districts need to do, and they might not want to devote the resources for our purposes to do that, in particular, in the absence of any conversation between districts yet about how to collaborate around any of this, so.
what fiscal year was the information they prepared before?
Is it last year that I think
I'll take it.
that information? So again, this was only Mount Airy specific. We don't have that information from the other districts. I was citing what we pulled together for the board.
Oh,
Specific to
I
Mount
thought you
Airy.
said you got something from Virginia.
No,
How vital is this information to the work that you're doing? Because I really believe in the work that you're doing and I really support it. And I think this particular bullet point might be
somewhat unpopular, so I would love to hear from you, like, is this the cornerstone of everything, or is this something you feel comfortable eliminating?
The enrollment per course, you mean?
Yeah, the enrollment per course at Middlebury and Virgins.
Um. I think it would be I mean, I sense that we have done some collaboration with other districts on school, on courses that are. Have, you know, a little bit less enrollment. So I think it would be helpful to know whether it can be done if anyone wants to do it, you know, I don't know. I think it'd be helpful.
Gotcha.
And just to clear that collaboration. Exists now specifically with Addison Northwest, only just for this year. First semester, 0 students have been able to take advantage of it.
Schedule.
I would say all the more reason that we try to get that information so that we can see if. We can have some collaboration and save some money. I don't know how to get it done. I really don't.
I'm all for collaboration and saving money.
Which I think is what the point of that collaboration was, right? But it's just not, they're not able to utilize it.
And I would say that and several other collaborations. That's not the only collaboration.
Well, I think it'd be nice to ask. I think it'd be important for those districts. They're probably in the same budget crunch we are.
How are you, and I apologize if you already said this, how are you hoping to use this information to inform what you're doing? Like, what are you going to do with the information?
Well, I don't really know.
Okay.
Okay, it's hard to know until you see what the data is. But I think there are some opportunities with collaborating between different districts around similar courses. That could save us some money. I mean, the classic thing is, say, an EP course. And you don't have a whole lot, you don't have too many students signed up for it, but you got, you know, you have to have a teacher, right? Maybe Richens would like to, you know,
No,
I'm
think
not
that's a
really
great idea.
going there. I'm really trying to get some information that I think would be helpful for the board as a whole. As we're going into not only, well, going into FY 27, but also FY 28.
I think that's a great idea. Do you know that we already do that with Virgins? That's what Patrick was just mentioning.
I think he said that, wouldn't you just say that there was one course, but there were no?
No, not that there's one course, there's multiple courses. So course-based choice is how we're phrasing it for every reason you just described.
Okay,
Because we're both in a similar situation. We've been working on it for a year plus probably now to try and figure out how to make it work. This was sort of the first semester where it's kind of launched. And as of right now, 0 students are able to take advantage of that. So for all the reasons you talked about, that has been our endeavor and it.
yeah, I've heard you say that. And I just think it would be helpful to know what the picture is. To be informed. And to try to work with Patrick and try to work with some of the other districts about saving a lot people money. I don't understand
So I think maybe if we get a list of what courses we're currently offering in terms of collaborative courses, would that be a launch point to just say like, here are the places we know we've identified that we share common classes. We're not gonna do that with Middlebury, and I'll tell you why. They're not gonna send students to us because they're following a very specific IB curriculum with very specific things that they do for that curriculum. So it'd be really hard for Middlebury to do that. I don't think they will. For Gens though, they have more latitude because they're not following that curriculum. And it sounds like we already offer courses that are common. Would that be a launch point we could start from, but just have that list of like, here's where we are? And then if there's, because that opens the door for like more opportunity, right? But at least gives us a picture of what do we know?
well, we know what sort of collaboration is taking place now. Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Well, that's sort of what I'm getting at.
But
Yeah.
that won't really tell us as board members what other opportunities might be there. You just know what people have been able to take advantage
What people haven't been able to take it.
or not.
Right.
I don't see the harm in asking for the info, and I also don't see the harm in them telling us no, but I don't have an issue with asking for it.
Part of it kind of feels undermining to me, like we're getting into the weeds, like. This is what we are supposed to trust Patrick and his administration to be doing. And they did that, and then we're saying, but we're not sure if you really did it.
No.
Anybody else kind of sense that?
Totally not. We're trying to construct a budget. Why wouldn't we want as much information as we can to construct a responsible budget? I don't get it, but.
I guess.
Well, it feels so, maybe one perspective would be that it feels the difference between articulating a vision for a budget that is based on exploring potential collaboration between districts as a means to improve educational activities, as compared to, we want you to offer an AP calculus class that's shared with Regents as a way to say that.
I didn't say that.
I understand that. I'm saying this is maybe how partly this is being received.
I could
Right, and so I'm trying to give some context, which is just to say, that's where it might start to feel like we're getting a little bit prescriptive. As opposed to suggesting a path forward, which is explore collaboration. And explain to us what's working, what isn't, where are the impediments. That feels like possibly where the disconnect is.
I just don't understand the resistance because I'm not implying anything. I'm just looking for some data. And data is neutral. I don't get it.
I don't think data is neutral. There's an effort involved in gathering the data, right? If Virgins is working through a difficult budget as we are, and we're looking at how many scenarios and then how many subsets of that in a limited business office setting, it would be difficult for Patrick to say yes to Sheila. We'd like you to spend some of your time helping us build some ideas we have for their budget.
Yeah, let me be.
And I think that it's just really important.
You're implying something that I haven't said. I'm looking for something that exists. I'm not asking anybody to spend any time.
That's not true, Herb. You're asking me to take items and forecast them forward
If they don't.
with an assumption rate that hasn't been identified.
Yeah, I think
I gotta
that's why,
reply.
I
I'm
think that's
withdrawing my
why,
request.
I don't think you need to withdraw the request. I think this conversation, Herb, is exactly why we're having this conversation, right? Because it's important to know what the ask is. If we don't all agree as a board, I guess the only way to get through this is to say, do we agree with this or don't we? We'll thumb it. If we don't agree, then that's just that. We don't agree with that ask. And that is what it is. When we when we had the conversation though, like that was part of the deal, right? Is that this request is a whole board request to say what makes sense to ask for. So as a board, if we say this doesn't make sense for us to ask for, because we're just not there yet, fine, right? Fine.
Right, that's it. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying too. So if that's true, then we'll just thumb it. So do people feel comfortable with just thumbing it? And if it is yes, then we'll roll with it and
That bullet point.
that bullet point.
Yes.
Yes? So thumbs up if yes, you do want that request to be made. Thumbs down if you do not.
Versus.
What?
Courses.
About the courses, yeah. How many students at Middlebury and Virgins, middle schools and high schools were enrolled in similar courses? If you do want that bullet point included on this, thumb up. If you do not, thumb down.
Just to be clear, no new analysis I'm asking for. It's only if it exists already.
Right. So thumb up if yes, thumb down if no.
Who would be making this request? Us? Cause you can request anything you want anytime, right?
Sure.
Are we asking our superintendent to make
That,
it?
what,
are we-
that's, this, that, yes. This would be included in the directive, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down. 1, 2, 3. Oh,
Sorry, that you kind of make.
no, sorry,
Sorry.
4.
And Meredith,
Meredith, could you offer a thumb up if you want the, how many students at Middlebury? Information offered, thumbs down if you do not. That would be included in the directive to admin to ask for.
Or abstain, I suppose.
Or abstain, or middle of the road.
I'm okay with us asking, but I'm not okay with us hounding them for it. So middle of the road. Okay, with one ask one time.
So it seems to me the
It's-
problem with the way we're framing this is we don't even know, we don't know whether the information already exists. It might already exist and I don't see, I mean, maybe I'm missing something here, but if Patrick or anybody goes to Sheila and say, this is the kind of information that we're looking for, is it available? And again, I don't think.
I don't think that's how it's phrased in this, though.
Well, isn't that,
Yeah, I mean, I mean, make clear that, you know, not looking for anybody to do new analysis. If they have something that is somewhat responsive to the request, I think it would be helpful if they say, we don't have that. That's the end of the story.
I mean, 90% of the stuff of these requests with respect to MAUSD, you know, we have, I mean, I've seen this data. I suspect, I mean, I'm not sure about Middlebury, but I suspect Virginia's likely has the same kind of information. It might not totally correlate with in format or intent as ours, but it might provide some helpful insights into at least how, Virginia's approaches these issues. And again, I don't think we should be asking Sheila to do a lot of work and she
For
said,
any work.
or unless she says, yeah, Patrick, I've been thinking this too, and I think it's a good idea, let's do it. But
I guess to be clear, so if we use this example, what might be a fair ask, and I emphasize might, is to ask, say for Jens, to say, list of your courses, number of students enrolled in them. Where we get into the nuances, the question as it's written, how many students at the Middlebury and Virginia's middle schools and high schools were enrolled in similar courses? Who decides they're a similar course? That doesn't exist right now. That would be new work that somebody has to do. My purview on that might be different than Sheila's purview on that versus the board's purview on that. So
I would say it's whatever Sheila says. If she feels she has something that's similar, that's great. If she doesn't have anything that's similar, that would require work and, that's in the story.
yeah, and again, I guess that's the piece, like where it gets too far is to even suppose that Sheila should indicate what's similar to ours or not, like that. That's not now just saying, here's a list of courses and the number of students in them.
And that could be a fair ask of both
Right.
districts. They definitely would have that, right?
So the nuance is just who decides what similar is versus do we just get a course list and number of students taking courses?
That'd be fun.
Okay, so that was just the nuance we were discussing. Is that agreeable? So we could just take out similar,
Sure.
right?
I was trying to be accommodating.
Oh, I know, I
I
know.
guess that my point in this is, I think it's easy to assume it's not a lot of work to get this information. But the reality is that tiny little nuance, similar courses, changes this from a perhaps 5-minute request to a 5-hour request.
Yeah.
why, again, I'm just thinking out loud here, but why you couldn't simply, or someone, again, it doesn't necessarily have to be you, Patrick, why couldn't someone say to Sheila, we got this 2-page sort of information request. This is the kind of information that some members of our board are interested in. Are there materials? Do you have materials that would enlighten us as we're, making these kinds of inquiries. Whereas, again, they might already have, data that would be very useful to look at. Say no, and then that seems like a fairly simple request. You're not directing Sheila to make any judgments about anything, but look, this is what, one of my board members wants to know. Do you have information that would help answer these questions?
Just offer a slight reframe. What this board wants to know, not one board.
No,
That feels important.
And honestly, that would shift my feelings on this, but when Herb articulated it earlier, he said, this has to be a strong request coming from Patrick. Right, which feels different than, I would like
Soft ask.
a soft ask of, is there anything available?
Well, no,
That's
but
the
it's
difference.
just, yeah, but I mean, an ask from Patrick, saying, this is really important to our board. And as opposed to me calling up Sheila and saying, this is important to our.
So where the strength comes from, yeah, that's fair, yeah.
How much of a lift is it to gather all this requested, all of the bullet points? How would you describe that, Patrick?
But there's definitely a lot of variability in any of the bullet points. Some are easy and are updating things that have been produced recently. And others are certainly more involved. And that's why being clear about which ones, I'm looking at some of the item number 3 is considerably more work than some of the other ones where it's just updating something that we gave for FY25 to FY26.
Oh, new solutions?
Yeah, and then some of it's, I have more clarifying questions, I guess, in terms
Can I
of.
clarify that one? I'm just looking at what your inflationary factor might be there.
Right, but
Yeah.
I mean.
I guess my answer is I have no idea.
Right,
I could pick an inflationary factor out of thin air, but I don't know what
Okay.
good that does.
Well,
the other thing,
yeah, I wouldn't want to cause you a whole lot of work, so I'll withdraw that and I'll find some inflationary factor to apply.
and I just, the one complication I can see in that is. What have we done to share staff across schools, sister schools? What
I'm sorry.
have we done to reduce instruction? Oh. So I think that going from what the idea of what could be done to get savings at that point in time and just inflating it to now would be. Inaccurate because we do have less instructional coaches right now and we have shared staff across schools, sister school concept. Merging central office, I mean. That's like the boards talking together, right? So I'm not sure, right, like. I guess maybe that one could still be similarly. But we also had different staffing levels and all those positions at that time than we do now, right? So like, I feel like that's.
So why don't you just withdraw that and I'll try to figure it out myself.
And Herb, I'll send you right now, a link to something that Patrick provided during a budget, conversation last year. Which was him trying to go point by point through.
Yes, I got that.
Okay, so you
And
have-
in fact, yeah, no, I got that.
So that might be a foundation to help you then.
Yeah, that was very helpful. But it was more sort of a gestalt kind of thing, conceptual of. We did this, we did that, and we can't do anything more. I was just looking for an inflation factor, but like I said, I'll withdraw it.
Herb, can I ask you a question? If you have answers to everything laid out here, will you feel like you have enough information going into October 14th to be able to make recommendations on which model you think would be best for our kids?
No. Because I think that's what Mike and Patrick are gonna present to on the options narrative. I think that is something that is gonna be presented to us on the 14th.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to put together some information that might be very helpful for dealing with the FY27 budget, but also as an alternative to those options.
Thank you.
think, are we planning on getting an idea for FY 27 on the 14th? Just with all ads? All the schools.
We
open?
won't have any, I guess I'm not sure what the question is, in terms of FY 27 budgeting, we will not have any new information between now and then, like, we're not gonna get anything new from the state or.
Like how we're gonna survive it, right? Like what we have to do would be like what we've seen, right? Yeah, and I just am concerned about, I would like as much time as possible to go into, I mean, coming up with the details that I think. For those options is an immense amount of work, like, right, like you're going through for your option, and I just want as much time and energy as possible to be. Put into that alongside everyday work, right?
I totally understand that I can't put together an alternative with this without some data.
Right,
And I
yeah.
think some of this. If we're really digging into this, will inform options work.
Could be,
And, well, it has to, right? Like,
sure.
all these questions you're asking are not simply only applied to 27. Like, this is the kind of information that we dug into for fiscal year 20, where are we? 25, right? 24. We sort of dug down into, and even were really directive in a lot of circumstances about certain pieces of the budget. So I think the importance of this was to make sure that the board gets all of the same information, right? Because at the end of the day, the board operates as a whole. So even though this is a request from a board member and it was a carryover from a previous conversation, the implications of this information go beyond one person. They're for the whole board. So if we're not all holding the same information, it feels like the imbalance occurs, right? So if we are agreeing to this, not only to inform one board member, but for ourselves. So if there's stuff on here that we're saying, we have this information, here's where to find it, or this doesn't feel right to ask of our administration because it already exists, or we don't see how this benefits the whole board, then that's what we're talking about. If it does benefit the whole board, and we all agree that it works, then that's right, that's the other half of the conversation, so that's where we're at.
I was gonna say, I think the positive is like a lot of this, I think we will get, right? And I think because you're pushing for this, right? For me, so many of these, I think will actually come about as Floyd updates the document that you found or that you created for updating FY 26. Adding in FTEs alongside that will get you half of your list, I think, right? More or less. So I think we're.
It gets to
a
there's
point.
some other sort of little details
course.
there, school-based commissions, the vocab thing we're
Yeah,
talking about.
but there's some, I think, broad consensus that in years past, we've needed that information and probably need that information going forward. So I just wanna be really clear that like, these questions are not posed to this list. It's seeking clarification on individual items, maybe outside of that. So I have one more of those and we can see what you think about that. It's actually more of a question of specificity. Because again, I think it's sometimes you have an idea in your mind of what you would be really useful, but I'm not sure that always comes across to the whole board in the same way. So this is about facilities. You have two bullet points there. You say what budgeted expenses are included for FY 26. And then what budgeted expense items have been completed versus those that have not been completed. And I was thinking that there, it might be really helpful to know what kind of scale you're looking for. Right, so there could probably be budgeted expenses that cost $10 each. There's also $100,000 ones. And moreover, often in our facilities budget for a given year, it's a single amount. We're gonna have $1.7 million towards facilities, but that's not allocated in the budget. So just knowing more detail about what it is within that you want would help us say like, oh yes,
Yeah.
that's the information we should get.
Let me clarify. I'm pretty sure I saw at some point a capital budget that talked about big ticket facilities. And I mean, I think I sort of see it. And I just don't know where to find it, right? And there might, I think at some point there've been updates about, where we are on doing those things. So that's one thing.
Perfect, and so that's honestly just a clarification that I think is helpful when we as a board authorize, go get this information, say, okay, what we're really looking for is the Truex Collins report that details all of the major budget or major facilities
be it.
issues.
Maybe that's it.
And to your point, because this is the constant theme of like information's in lots of places and not always and Floyd and the facilities finance group was thinking about like, how do we merge that with an existing capital plan? Right, so that we have a sense of where we are along that pathway. So.
Yeah,
that
I
think
remember
makes-
seeing something that said, here's what we've done, or, this is what's gonna be done over a timeline.
Yeah, and I think it exists in various forms.
And I think that's where this gets hung up sometimes is seeking that clarity. Because we have a budgeted amount for capital improvements. And we have a capital improvement plan. And we have the Truex report. What combination of those satisfies the request? All of them? Easy. They have been produced multiple times and can be easily resurrected. I'm not sure if that's the information that is sought.
I'll take
That's
the
kind
most
of
recent. Good start.
So
I think it's
Existing
that copy.
capital improvements plan?
this capital improvement plan, Truex Collins report,
Mhm.
and top line value in the FY 26 budget for facilities.
Construction services specifically, because there are several
Yeah.
budget
I mean,
categories.
there's two
that are
hundred and three
facilities related.
lines in facility budget.
So that can be a whole, it could be
Facilities.
subparts.
So top line value of facilities?
Sure, I could do that. I could break it out by school, like, or campus. I mean, there's a number of ways that we can present it. It's just not entirely clear. It sounds more now like he's not looking for the facilities detail. He's looking for capital improvement detail.
Construction services specifically is the line that comes to mind for me. So
Right.
there's basically, there are a lot of lines that keep the lights on and the doors open. And then there's
Sure.
construction services specifically for capital improvements, which really directly ties, all those other lines don't tie to the capital improvement plan and all that. So if we're looking for that through line, to me, it's capital improvement plan informed by the Truex report and specifically the line on the budget for construction services.
And to just clarify, something that Floyd said, I'm not looking for anything new. It's only if it's an existing document.
Can I make a suggestion? Herb, I've heard you say multiple times, I'm not looking for anything new, and I really like the questions that you've laid out here and the information you're looking for. I'm wondering if we could say like, if we could just add language in the motion, maybe make a friendly amendment that's like, the board is looking for this information to the best of the superintendent's ability to produce this based on his own reasonable interpretation, or just something to make it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Because that dovetails into what I've tried to be saying is that I'm really just I'm not looking for new analysis or anything. I'm looking for information that I hope exists. And if it doesn't already exist, I'm not asking them to do it.
Perfect. And you've said that several times, so maybe if we just amend the original ask, yeah.
Sure.
I want to make sure we add what we needed into this list, which was, if it already exists, which it may from previous conversations. Anything that I like that going with that, it may already exist, right? Was information to deepen our understanding of how the different educational delivery models improve outcomes for students, as well as challenges created, i.e. like a pros and cons, such as Wade and conversations about the delivery models, which you did some of, right? Like this one had more teacher collaboration, or this one like that, like not just what already kind of is known to be a part of the different models. It was really important to us to be able to share with the communities those educational outcomes.
Great call.
Things that affected that.
Oh, that's great. Is this something that we're gonna ask the administration for on the 14th?
Is it being added to this list?
related to the models, yeah, because it's
Oh.
really important for us to communicate, as you said, with our communities,
I have.
the educational. You know,
I
like,
haven't
how
even
does this
thinking about
affect
that.
the delivery model, like,
So I agree. I circulated, can't remember how many meetings ago, the kind of information that I thought communities would need. And it's the information I think we would need also around the different options and comparing, how students would do where they are now versus, X option. And where's, I could,
knowing that they're all like variable and some may be a matter of review,
Yeah.
but a lot is best practice, right?
Yeah.
Best practice exists and that's,
yeah, so I was thinking of comparative proficiency, SEL data. Well, parent, that we'd have to get later.
So Liz, can you restate what you said just so I capture it correctly?
yeah, it was, assuming you agree.
I agree.
CC.
Same.
Information to deepen our understanding of how the different educational delivery models improve outcomes for students as well as challenges created. Like IE pros and cons list.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Information to deepen our understanding of different delivery models.
Yep.
And then. Is there anything after that?
I.e. the pros and cons of the issue.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
that concept is clear to me, sort of the pros and cons, effectively digging a little deeper on what I provided already.
Yeah,
That did sort of a broad strokes, pros and cons for each of the 16 options or whatever, just to give you something to work with, not going deep on any one of them, just going deep on 16 different things was a lot. So going deeper on that concept with the 7 options that exist currently, so that I have my head wrapped around that. I don't have a lot of clarity on several other things in here that, and I know it's getting late, but I don't know, so for me, I would want to know from this board, bullet by bullet on this document that's here. Am I directed to get that or not, and to ask clarifying questions about what exactly is this, so that I get you what you're looking for?
All right,
Because
let's
that's
do it.
not clear to me. So if I look at number 1, the first bubble, what is the projected budget if it's assumed that the health insurance premium increase will be 6%? So far, we've given 11.9, we've given 5.2 or 5.8.
6 point.
And then, and this request is for 6%. So the question I have is, what's the meaningful difference in doing this work to give you a 6% versus the 5.2 you have already?
so
And is
maybe,
that something this board has directed me to do? Happy to do it. It's easy to do.
Right, John. I mean, it's silly, but yeah, sorry, I'll withdraw that.
Similarly, for the second bullet there, separately, what is the projected budget if it's 60 million? We've given if it's 0 and if it's 90. Happy to pull the 60 together. It's easy.
Could you-
If this board sees it as valuable to have that additional point on the line.
If not easy, I could see
Okay.
having something in the middle being valuable. Is that where 60 came from? You just picked a number in the middle, or was it from something else?
Well, the legislature used 118 million in one-time funds, so yeah. That's what I was thinking. Last
I don't, but that didn't answer my question.
calculation.
I asked where the 60 million came from, and you said the legislature used 118, so that didn't answer my question on where you came up with the 60 million that you're asking Patrick to use. In his assumption.
Well, I thought it was a more reasonable, it was a possibility, and I'm not predicting anything, but it'd be nice to know, trying to figure out, what our budget savings target is gonna be. And I know, Mike, it might not be a huge amount. But I thought it was useful. If the board doesn't wanna know that, that's fine.
So in other words, it was just a different number. You didn't, that's what I'm trying to
Yeah, and I'm
understand.
trying, right, I'm trying to get a sense of if you make different assumptions, how does that budget target and the savings target change?
Since
I'll
Patrick
withdraw
said that
it.
this, Patrick said that this was easy, oh, yeah, sorry.
Can I maybe suggest something now? I think that we're making this more complicated than it needs to be. And I would simply ask that as a preamble to this, that Patrick do the best he can in responding to this. And that gives him the flexibility of saying, I don't want, right, that's too much time. I don't want, can't do that. Or I don't want to do that or whatever. I leave it in his hands to do the best he can.
My only concern with that is it leaves me hanging out there. Right, I mean, that comment there that one could suggest that I took it upon myself to decide it wasn't worth the energy to provide the information that was requested. Doesn't put me in a position that feels comfortable.
Well, fine.
But I'm happy to do, I want to be really clear, I have no problem doing the work to get this board the information they want. I want clarity on what information are you seeking.
Even on this one, I know it's sort of easy, but it just feels to me for an outside player, it's kind of hard because you could project it with 60 million. But what are all the other assumptions that you're also baking into that scenario? Right? What's your assumption on long-term weighted pupil average? Because in the model, you'd have to set on like, you fix certain parameters and you can vary others. I could vary 60 million, but I could also vary all of the other things and come up with a really different outcome. Right? So they're like, if we want to ask for specific information because it's going to give us useful things back, I think it's incumbent on us to be specific in our requests so that we then can interpret the data in a meaningful way. Right? And I don't know as written, if I can say like, you go 60 million without knowing what your assumptions were for all of the other parameters that would then push it one way or the other.
And I think it's important that as we look at this, that question as asked is already answered. What's the impact to the budget with a $60 million? It has no impact to the budget, our spend, none at all, $0. What it does impact is the tax rate at the back end because of the yield. That's to Mike's point coming out of the Finance and Facilities Committee report that the front end budget numbers are very close. What impacts them from a budget standpoint? And medical insurance, our wages, I'm sorry, I'm getting punchy at 10:15. But what really impacts are the numbers of students, the yield, the CLA, and that impacts the tax rate after we're done. So the question is asked is there's not really an answer. There is an answer. The answer is that changing this to $60 million makes no difference on our budget number. Because it doesn't change any of the assumptions that we're spending. What might be a better question, if I could suggest, is to say, what would $10 million do to our tax rate? Assuming, give a couple of other little variables in there. And then the board has the ability to have a $10 million number and you can do the math anywhere you want. And I would suggest the same thing with the medical insurance. The difference between 5.2 and 6% is 40,500 in our budget. It's not a material number when you get to the tax rate at all. But perhaps a better number would be what's each 1% of increase. And then you could play what if all day long. And that may be to what Herb's trying to work through. A better way to come after some of this stuff is to look to more of a benchmark structure, and you can import it and use it in any way you want.
I mean, you're right, Floyd, and when the discussion in the Finance Committee did have that, 1% equals And I could have calculated, I suppose myself, except that I'm not good at calculating. Then that's why I asked it, but frankly, it's getting late. And people have been very patient. I'll renew my request to just not include number one.
Okay.
And anything else, if there's a feeling that, any of this other stuff shouldn't be available, just let me know. I'll try to figure it out myself.
In the interest of time, can we just maybe quickly go through the remaining bullet points? Quickly, and Patrick, can you let us know which ones you have questions on, so we can make sure we clarify that for you?
Sure. So the next one I'm seeing is there's the school-based instruction staff, the other school-based staff, the central office detail. There's been reference to documents that have provided that historically. I want to be clear that we're seeing those same documents the same way, so I'm updating the right documents. One I think is linked up above. I just put that in. That's the Levinson format of what I think looks like the FY25 budget. And just articulating how many FTEs are represented in some of those lines.
So there were two documents, Patrick. One is the one I was working for when I prepared this. And I didn't have Mike's document earlier. So I think what I tried to say at the beginning was, all I'm looking for is an update to what Mike suggested there.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is I don't know what that document is. And so if you tell me what that document is, then I'm happy to update that. I want to be clear.
The document that
Also,
Floyd,
but it's essentially this, but then after this, it basically just adds a column of FTE.
Okay.
For certain expenses, but I'll forward that to you.
Okay.
And that's for what's worth the basis for that sort of website where it was breaking down
Yeah.
FTE. So that is what I used to do that. So it's all interconnected in that sense.
Perfect.
And my sense is that Floyd already has essentially the capacity to kind of purge those, relatively direct way. Relatively.
So does that same document satisfy school-based instruction staff detail, other school-based staff detail, central office detail? That one document updated to FY26 checks all those boxes.
not school-based. I don't think.
It wasn't broken down by like each school. It was broken down into broader categories of school. So it was broken down by elementary and then middle school, high school, as opposed to individual schools.
I have another document that was produced by Floyd that talks about school-based, but doesn't have FTEs.
Yeah, I guess if you have a document that satisfies these that has been shared in the past that needs to be updated, it will be helpful to send that to me and say, can we get this updated to FY26?
Which will do what you're asking, which will add the FTEs in.
What?
My only, I've shared, I don't know how many documents over the last couple of years that we're referencing, so I want to be really clear which one's going to satisfy the request.
Very understandable, Patrick.
My sense is the updated one, so I kind of went through most of the requests. I think the updated last year's and 11% of FTE does about 50% of these line items. It will gate is school based, and that's something we as a board decide one way or the other.
And when we say school-based, we want to see staffing level school by school. Is that what school-based means in this context, or is there something else that means?
Well, I thought it was a term of art, Patrick. It's term of art, I think, in some of the documents here, and I know it's a term of art from the council service.
What do you mean when you say term of art?
Are you talking
Staff.
about mental health staff?
I guess,
Oh,
it's,
so that's different, okay. So
Was
that
it
was
like-
different than my understanding.
When we separated out the admin, like the admin staff, and then there were central staff that worked across schools, but they worked in the schools, like that's where their work is, they just had multiple
right,
places that they work, like that separating that out from the
Right.
central office, I remember that conversation. And it was like school-based people, so not school-based, but you know, like we were trying to
Yes.
just, they work everywhere in their
You did
kind of
face
central
them.
office, but they're not admin. I don't know if that's helpful at all, but that's what it's reminding me of.
It was around the same time we had the conversation of what student facing.
Here.
Yeah.
So in
It's a
the,
good conversation.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
so I'm looking at a document that's on the, Mike referred me to the. Budget information from the prior fiscal year. And there was a document that didn't include the FTE, so.
Yeah.
And it makes reference to. In the special education category, related services, school-based clinicians. OTPT, and I asked just about the school-based clinicians, so I'm using your term.
Yep, I just want to amend the language, because I think when we went to instruction staff, that alerted my brain to like teachers versus.
Yeah.
Mental health clinicians, so I just want to be
Yes.
clear about what you're asking for. So you're asking for school-based clinician information.
Yes. That, again, it's in the budget information that the
Yep.
board was given last year, but it doesn't have FTE in it, you know, and then of course I was open for data on how people are compensated. And whether they're employed or contract.
Okay. Oh. But so I get that's different though than what's, okay. Yeah.
All right, Patrick, what's next?
So assuming what we just talked about will cover. School-based, other school-based and central office detail, which I'm a tiny bit fuzzy on, but I think we're gonna go forward assuming that that's a yes. The next up is vocational education detail. How many students enrolled? How many district FTEs are employed? So I think this is meaning. So the metal shop, wood shop, the design tech courses. Which I would differentiate a little bit from vocational education courses that Mount Abe offers. What are they? And how many kids are enrolled in them? And what is the cost for those?
I use the category because that's what the Lemonson report format talks about.
But again, I think there's two different things. So there's a note here that says Hannaford Career Center budget presentation.
Right, because that was a reminder that the first question he asked, that.
Right.
That was,
But
yep.
this is, so what we're talking about here, it doesn't have anything to do with Hannaford Career Center
Correct.
now.
The first part, correct.
Is the one about how many students from Mount Abe go to Hannaford Career Center, you can get from the Hannaford Career Center budget presentation. Which is something we get presented to each year, so that's easy peasy, we can. That information's available on the Hannaford Career Center website.
Okay.
And so what this would look like. You know, there's a design technology budget at UNAID. So that it would include supplies, materials, and then we can add the staffing costs for the FTEs that we have. And we can show the courses and the enrollment. How we would calculate the cost per course within that department gets pretty granular. So what I would do here is design tech at Mount Abe is $250,000. Here are the courses within the design tech department and the number of students enrolled in each course.
Love that.
And the number of staff, right? Could be like.
Right, so that, yeah, the FTE would be sort of included in the cost for.
Cost of the program,
Of the
on
program.
equipment.
Yes.
So if we just struck the last sentence, what is the cost of the vocational education program at Mount Abe? Would that be okay?
Well. I don't think
Yeah.
so. I'm trying to get some sense, and I really don't know which way this cut. I'm trying to get a sense of whether. What we're doing in the high school. What the comparative cost per pupil is for what we're doing here versus Hanford. I mean,
It's important to remember, Hannaford uses a 6-semester average. Right, so it's not necessarily what we have for
okay.
kids in chairs.
But we could give you,
I'll look on it.
I think you're asking is. I think if we just took what the budget was, what Patrick said, so the budget is X for this program. And here's what lies within that, that satisfies what you're looking for, which is what he just
And I
described.
include the FTEs of.
And it includes, yeah. Which is what you're asking for,
Yeah, that's what I thought I was
Yeah.
asking.
yeah. So, I think it's fine, right? What you described is what is here,
Mhm.
okay. And then facilities detail sounds like,
I thought we went over that.
yep, we went over that.
And, I asked something about pre-K. I don't really understand what's offered in and out of the district. Maybe it's all out. I just,
What one was that under?
it's at the top of that page,
Oh, yeah,
first profile.
other school-based staff, underneath that list.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah, I think so.
yeah, it was specifically pre-K and we do have one in-house program district-wide
That's what I thought.
that runs out of Bristol Elementary School and the rest are tuition
Yeah.
out, but we have a full-time program that parents pay in on, and then we have one program that
Right.
runs 10 hours a week for.
Yeah, it's all great stuff.
Yeah.
And I just wanted some basic information about, what the cost would be.
Yeah. So if they're tuitioned, it's 10,000.
Well, there we go, I did.
I don't think Patrick needed any clarification on that bullet point. I think we're good with that one.
Okay.
Bullet points, not bullet points, number 2 and 3. Patrick, you said you were clear on 3.
No, I was trying that.
Oh, no, Liz and I added a 3, and Liz added a 3.
So 2 is in your monthly financials.
Okay.
And then 3 was the added, and I was clear on that sort of pros cons.
So, or how much is currently held in each of MAUSD's reserve funds?
I got that.
Right, should be in the financials already.
Page
Okay,
2.
so we can take that out
Yep.
of the request. Got it. Okay. All right. The only one I still have highlighted is we're asking Middlebury and Virgins Middle Schools for enrollment. Are we amending that to just say class list, how many students attend each class?
I'm on board with that.
What do you mean?
So like, what
What do you mean
courses
by
are
class
offered,
list?
how many
I
kids?
think that's what I meant by course, yeah.
Okay, so are you okay if I amend that language to make it more clear?
Mhm.
Okay. All right.
Course in class list.
So courses offered and enrollment per course. Okay. All right. Do we need to go over anything else before we vote on this?
I don't think so.
So just to be clear, in terms of the 7 options, which we're gonna dive into and possibly additional options on October 14th. The only thing you've asked for is a bit more information on the pros and cons of each of those options.
So specifically on how the impact to students, like, for example, more opportunities for PLCs, like maybe going a little bit deeper on that.
It would be, I added in there, if we have proficiency in SEL, data, on the options, that would be helpful.
That is
Sure.
gonna be really, really hard to calculate.
And I don't know what that means.
So are we talking about like existing SEL data? Which we've gotten presented to us a few times from different places.
Oh, okay, well,
Yep.
I don't know that, so, yeah, if that exists.
That was a hot button topic just about a year ago.
Okay,
And so we got a good amount of data at that time.
super,
And we get it each ends monitoring report.
Yeah.
We get.
yeah, and it's not the be all end all, of course, I mean, it's just, data that you collect, but, and there's a lot more that goes into that, but,
If you look at I think it was the end of year, I can't remember what exactly it was called, but they had a breakdown of like proficiency levels in reading and math by grade level and by school, as well as office discipline referrals and suspensions by grade level and by school.
We also have the ends monitoring report that
That's
At least-
it, yeah.
it doesn't touch on every single grade, but it gives you mostly focusing on 6th and 12th from the ends perspective.
And when I'm talking pros and cons, I'm talking like, okay, we're noticing that there's some sense of students, struggling with isolation that was shared with us. And so like, that's an impact, right? And so how can some of the options help address that concern that's being seen when they come together in junior high, high school? Like, there's best practice in education, SEL stuff it can be just like someone who does this job has, I've heard feedback from the experts in our learning community that this is something that,
The work we've been doing with the advisory council all last year focused on sort of that pros and cons from the learning experience and from the teaching experience.
that's what I'd love to learn more about. And the numbers that said what the projected savings would be, it's pretty stressful and powerful to see like, these are the areas of staffing that it would come from. And so that was the question about the Excel sheet and what's appropriate and when, and I don't know where we've landed. But I mean, that's for one who is thinking about, evidence that it saves money. Like that was super clear. So I don't know, a way that feels to show that, and that level of detail, that was more than enough. If other people felt like, I don't know, I know it's late, but like that meant a lot to be able to show evidence and to go to our community and say like, here's the numbers that back up where it's coming from. I don't know. That's just me. I don't know what anybody else feels or thinks about that, and I know it's late, but that's crucial for community engagement for me, in my opinion.
Same. I think the question that we had, and correct me if I'm wrong, was the question that all of us had was the spreadsheet that you shared with us. Can we share that with the community?
Yeah, that's a public document for sure.
Sweet.
I mean, that really has what we need, I think, just in a way that's more visible, like lined up to the options would be amazing.
Something we talked about in finance and facilities is using a type of like crosswalk. It's something Kathy and I did on our own, just our own exercise, because we were considering all the 16 options, but basically. Putting each option on one page, so you can compare different variables across, so you can see at a glance how they compare without like jumping tabs. I wonder if that would be something that's useful, not only to the board, but to the community. I don't know if I'm making sense. I mean, I call it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, yeah. And I know I sent you my rough kind of like brain on
Yes.
paper of mine, but.
Yep. And Kathy has sent hers as well to give me sort of a frame for what worked for you guys. Yeah.
So are you amending any of the language we had?
I don't know how to express this, cause I hear what you're saying, Liz. There's research out there that talks about, the impact on kids of closing small school, moving to big ones, stuff like that. And they're researchers, so, I'm not a researcher or anything like that, but they do focus on certain data. And different people have different viewpoints about this, but I'm trying to. They rely on certain data pieces to show that certain analysis to show that moving students, especially low income and special ed students to a larger school can depress academic achievement, climate, how secure they are and stuff like that. I don't know how you, I don't know how you incorporate that into the picture so that we have a full picture of that issue of, hey, are the kids gonna be better off or not? I don't know how to do that. I'm not articulate enough to translate this stuff.
Yeah, I think that needs to be balanced with the 8 students who have seen each other's faces for 6 years and have only seen each other's faces for 6 years without outside influence, right? So we have some pretty isolated groups of kiddos who have been with each other and only those kids. So I think the balance is important, right? So I agree with you that there's impact all over the place, no matter which way you slice it. How are we taking data to make sure that we're informed about what that might look like?
Yeah, and I'm just saying, the data that I would like to see on the 14th, you know, I would hope would be sort of encompassing all different perspectives. Not just the perspective, oh, you know, the kid's gonna be better off if we do a better school.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about might be something that's a dig. Only because we need to know what the literature says about what data points are important and then put something together. That might be something that comes out maybe later down the line as we're evaluating really specifically. If that feels comfortable, because I worry about creating that, the creation of it, right? We've already said, we're not gonna ask them to create anything. That's definitely something that would be
Yeah, I
created.
suppose you're right. I just wanna make sure there's, you know, what we see on
Yep.
the 14th is, you know, balanced kind of.
Sure.
So the approach that I would take to bring you the pros and cons list is like I would work with our instructors, our administrators to reflect on the pros and cons of each of those options. And I'm thinking that's with the advisory council, which is a representative group of administrators, teachers, support staff. And that group working with the entire staff to get feedback on pros and cons of the different options from those perspectives, both in terms of what this would mean for my teaching and what I think this could mean for learning for students.
That sounds amazing. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're gonna get a variety of perspectives, right? 'Cause we've already talked about how not all staff feel the same way. That would be included in that, I imagine, right? Like, we're gonna get. Thank you. It's exciting. That would be.
Yep. Okay,
And that's effectively the plan for the October 2nd in-service day. So we have a whole day dedicated to sort of bringing staff up to speed on what the options are and then working through a process to gather that feedback on the options.
okay.
No.
It's a way to get information.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it's not the end,
we'll see,
and it's not the end, right?
we'll see, yeah.
We'll see. Uh-oh, dun, dun, dun. All right. Are we ready to vote?
Yeah.
Past ready to vote, all right. All those in favor of directing the superintendent to provide the additional information related to options for educational delivery as I listed out. Please say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Sorry. The last thing is a public comment section, and we received a public comment from the representative of the select board, and I wanted to sort of read that out to put it on the public record, and I will Patrick has a copy and we'll make sure that it makes the meeting minutes. So the letter says, dear MAUSD board members, thank you for your consideration of options for sustainable quality education for the students of our district. We share your interest in equity, access, and high standards to create the best opportunities for students of MAUSD. In 2016, the residents of Starksboro and the 4 other towns of the Addison Northeast Supervisor Union voted in favor of consolidating our school districts under Act 46. The school closure article of agreement that currently governs MAUSD, which appeared in full on the consolidation ballot, holds that member towns have the ability and the responsibility to vote on the closure or repurposing of town schools. We are concerned that this contract is not being upheld. The current MAUSD articles of agreement include this article: school closure. The new SD board shall not close any school conveyed to the new SD by a forming elementary district within the first 4 years of operation of the new SD. After 4 years of operation, the new SD may close a school conveyed to the new SD by a forming elementary district upon affirmative votes of the new SD board of directors and the voters, voting by Australian ballot of the member towns in which the school is located. We ask that the MAUSD board affirm its support for its legally binding article of agreement. In addition, as the BT redistricting task force considers further consolidation of school districts in order to maintain the local democratic representation that we know to be so valued by Starksboro voters and voters across our school district, we ask you please consider working with our neighboring school districts to form a supervisory union. The supervisory union model provides a balance between the financial benefits of shared and collaborative services and the community-centered benefits of local and responsive school boards. Supervisory unions have transparent costs that can be calculated per member district. Statewide data shows that currently supervisory unions are the most cost-effective statewide than supervisory districts. We expect that your future deliberations will give special attention to fair democratic representation and the potential cost savings and opportunities created by collaborating and sharing resources in this way. We have voiced this preference to the state redistricting task force. We ask that you do the same as soon as possible, well before their December 1st deadline. We ask that you also please support and defend the articles of agreement voted on by the towns of Bristol, Lincoln, Moncton, New Haven, and Starksboro on November 8th, 2016 that prevents the closure of any elementary school absent an affirmative vote of the town where the school resides and communicate our values to the state task force at this critical time. Thank you for your consideration. We understand that you are doing difficult work under challenging circumstances. Sincerely, the Starksboro Select Board. So that will be entered into the minutes. Any other public comment? Yeah, Don.
Yeah, I want to let you all know that as you're in the meeting, don't forget there's people watching. There's public watching. And as far as talking to the community, I know you all talked about engaging the community and getting the stuff out to the community, but you haven't said how you're going to do that. And then as far as the community engagement committee putting out a poll, they should maybe put out a poll that asks the community how much their health insurance is going up. And then ask them whether they are on the Mount Abe School District health insurance program or if they're on their spouse's health insurance program, because we know there's a difference. And then also maybe the third question should be is, does that company insurance cover $5,000 of their deductible, which we know Mount Abe does, which is fine. And then back to later is at the very beginning, I asked about going through how the community can get through the website. And if somebody wants to give me a call or send me a chat, and I'll give you my telephone number and we can go through that website and I can tell you exactly what's right and what's wrong with the website. That's it.
Thank you, Don. Any other public comment? All right. Seeing one, we do have an executive session on the menu. It's 10:44. This would be a superintendent check-in. It does feel important to have an opportunity to hear from Patrick. We often run into this issue where we have this on the agenda and it's 10:44 or 11 PM or 11:30. And no one's best work gets done then, and it's hard to articulate, and then at the end, it often feels like we didn't discuss it. I wonder about how we are gonna navigate now, if we would like to table this executive session or if we would like to go into it.
Is this a regularly scheduled?
Yep, we do these once per quarter. Yeah.
The Tuesday meeting on the 14th.
Yeah.
Are we thinking like a time limit for that discussion. Like an hour and a half or 2 hours, and then we could have the executive session right afterwards.
It's possible,
If we can.
if we can.
I'm just gonna recommend we do it right away at the beginning.
Yeah.
So that we're fresh, because the past meetings where it's at the tail end, it seems really hard and maybe not fair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not fair.
Maybe just in addition to that, you know, I don't know what times the meeting's gonna start on the 14th, but I'd like to suggest it start at 6 o'clock. Just so that we do allow ample time to have the conversation. You know, so long as everybody else is available to be here for 6 o'clock.
That's our typical time.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, but I just wanted to make sure I threw that out there.
so if it feels okay to you, Patrick, could we table this and move it to?
Yep.
Okay. All right, all those in favor of tabling this, or someone make a motion to table it, please?
So move.
Second,
Mike first, Mary second. All those in favor of tabling the executive session, could say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right,
I hope that we adjourn.
okay. Second. We didn't do our board either.
I think we've done really good work, so.
Okay, so I can just, okay. Motion to adjourn from Mike at 10:47. Who seconded? I'll second. Kristen seconds. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay.
Good work.